Hi, and thanks for joining our mastering course. Before we dive into the course, let's quickly talk about the general structure. First, we are downloading the files and setting up a mastering project in the intro section. In part 2, we will cover the necessary foundations and theory on the go as we are mastering a first track together using all sorts of different plugins. In the third part, we are mastering a state-of-the-art techno track using plugins by FabFilter, Isotope, and Waves. In the fourth part, we are mastering a future-bass track using only FabFilter plugins. Part 5 is a bonus part where we are mastering several tracks using only Ableton stock effects. Part 6 offers different explanatory videos on a variety of subjects such as compression and exporting, and if you have the feeling your understanding of the compressor could be better, we recommend to watch these videos first. So let's get started. Okay, so what is mastering? There are a lot of misconceptions about mastering, and sometimes, for example, it's confused with the mixing process or even with the production stage. So think of mixing and mastering like this. Mixing is getting the individual parts or instruments of your song to work well together as a song. And whereas in mastering, we are focusing on the overall balance of the track, like the balance of different frequencies, like low frequencies, mid frequencies, and high frequencies. Also increasing the overall loudness of our track and focusing on the stereo image of our track as well. And possibly sometimes we are trying to correct minor mix problems in the mastering stage. In general, in mastering, we are performing all our work on a lossless bounced audio file. So in a nutshell, summing up, mastering is about finding a good overall balance of your track, increasing the overall loudness of your track, cleaning up for disturbing resonant frequencies or little parts, optimizing the sound for as many playback systems as possible. And on a professional scale, mastering is mostly performed by a person other than the producer, so a professional and specialized mastering engineer with a fresh set of ear to ensure the highest quality possible on the master. Okay, so in order to achieve a good workflow for our mastering process, we will set up a helpful little mastering template here in Ableton. And there are many different ways of setting this up. The general goal is just to achieve a good overview here. And we are starting with loading 3 audio tracks. 1, 2, 3. The first one is going to be used for our master. So this is the one we are actually going to perform our mastering task on. The second one will be used for our mix. We can also call it pre-master, and it's basically the mixed version of our song, and we're going to use it mostly at the end of our mastering process to just be able to compare our mastered version and our intended mix version. The third track here is going to be used for our reference track. So a commercial, professionally mastered track we can compare our master with. So the goal with these 3 tracks is to be able to have a quick switch between master and reference, and also be able to have a quick switch between pre-master and master at the end of the process. Also, you might want to ask, why don't we use the master channel, like our Ableton master channel, for our mastering chain? The answer in this case is we want to use our reference track and we want to use matching EQ for master and reference track. And for this purpose, we need to be able to route between 2 audio channels. Now, we want to group these 3 audio tracks to a group, and we are going to put our metering chain into this group. So we are going to call this metering, because we want to be able to measure and compare different levels, frequencies, stereo information, and all that in a convenient way between our 3 audio tracks. So right now we are switching off all the audio tracks And from now on, we are only going to navigate with our solo button between the 3 tracks, back and forth, to have a quick switch between master, pre-master, and reference. Okay, so now on our metering chain, we are first loading up a utility from Ableton in this case, giving us the opportunity to quickly check between mono and stereo down here with the width knob. So I'm setting it to 0 and I'm switching it off. And whenever I want to play a track here and check for mono, I can just quickly bypass or activate it. The next element we are loading up is a spectrum analyzer, just to have a quick overview over our frequency spectrum down here. There are several tools we can use here. For example, there's a very interesting free plugin from Voxengo called Span, and that one could be used here as well. The next element we are loading up is the Brainworks metering tool. With that one, we can measure the peaks and the average loudness of our tracks and compare between master and reference, for example. It also has a mono switch down here, and up here we can control for the balance, and we also have a correlation meter for our phases. Now we are also loading up Isotope Insight. And this one is especially interesting for us because it shows us the perceived average loudness in loudness units full scale, a concept similar to the RMS. Finally, we are loading up Waves Path Analyzer. And this one is especially helpful because it shows you your stereo spectrum here, left and right, and it also will show you your phase issues down here, a concept similar to the correlation meter, but you can actually visualize it down here. It's worth to mention here, it's not necessary to load up all those different analyzing tools, but we are using all of them here for demonstration purposes. Now let's quickly load up the track we want to master. And after loading up our master, it's very important to make sure we are not warping our audio. And also we want to set our DAW BPM to the actual track BPM. Since this is the result of our mixing session, we are now duplicating this track down here because it's actually the version before the master, and everything we are going to do now will be applied on this version up here so we can compare those two in the end. And also we are loading up our reference track down here. Okay, so let's talk about reference tracks. So why do we use reference tracks? Referencing is a very useful tool when mastering any track, and it will help you make the right decisions towards a more professional outcome, especially if your ears got used to the sound of your track after hours of listening. So by comparing your track to a quality production, you might be able to spot issues which you otherwise wouldn't necessarily notice. So it's an efficient way of closing the gap between amateur and professional mastering. When referencing, be sure to switch quickly between your track and a reference. The quicker you can switch, the more obvious the contrast will be. Your reference track and your work in progress should have the same level of loudness, and keep in mind, audio that's simply louder sounds better to the human ear. Take your time to find the right reference track to fit your master, as there are many differences between styles, for example in loudness and in frequency range. So summing up, picking the right reference track is a very important task in mastering. Alright, so let's get started with the first element in our mastering chain, and we have our to be mastered track up here, and now we are looking for an equalizer or EQ that is capable of doing mid-side processing. So I'm selecting EQ8 from Ableton here, and what we are going to do now is we can actually enlarge it, and we are going to perform a low cut on our master track.
So we are removing low frequencies, very low frequencies, that contain a lot of energy but are hardly noticeable on most playback systems and really affect the headroom of our track. And as we remember, one of the primary goals in mastering is increasing the overall loudness of the track. So if we are able to remove elements that affect the headroom and are almost not noticeable, this is actually a good thing. So we are trying to remove those lowest frequencies here that are containing a lot of energy, and we are bringing the frequency down to like 36 Hertz something, or 37, something like this. And we are actually selecting a steepness of like 4 times the normal slope here. So bringing this harshly down below 37 Hertz. And now we are setting our EQ to mid-side mode. So what we just did right now affects the mono signal, the mid signal of our track. So the lowest frequencies in the middle are cut out now. And if we're going to side, and we are also rolling off bass information on the sides, let's actually play to see the spectrum. So you see heavy bass information in the middle, but also a little bit of bass information down here on the sides. And we're trying to roll off a little bit of that because, as we were mentioning in our little excursion on why mono bass, there are several problems with the stereo information below 100 Hertz more or less in the bass frequencies. One thing is we are causing phasing issues. Secondly, the human ear doesn't really perceive any bass information below around 80 Hertz, so there's no need to really play those here. We can gain headroom, we can avoid phasing issues, and we don't really hear the difference anyways. So taking another steep slope here and rolling off this low bass information. And actually I'm going up to 120, so I'm keeping this at 120 Hertz here, steepness 4 times normal, and now we can see we have a low cut on the sides at 120, and we have a low cut in the middle at around 37 to 40 Hertz. Okay, so let's go on to the next step. Alright, so moving on to the next step, and one of the most important tasks in mastering is finding an optimal balance. And if we quickly take a look at the EQ here, it's the FabFilter Pro Q. So we're trying to find a balance between low frequencies, mid frequencies, and high frequencies. And you can try to find this balance by relying exclusively on your ears. But you have to be aware that our perception and general judgment is influenced by many different factors. For example, your room acoustics, they might not be perfect. For example, exaggerating a bit in the bass frequencies or something. Or even your speakers, monitors, and headphones are a problem source. Your tired ears if you have been mastering or trying to master for too long, for hours or something, or even personal preferences. And also another source could be skewed perceptions at different listening volumes. If you think about the Fletcher Munson curve, it's part of one of our excursions. That could be an explanation as well. Of course, there are more tools, also free tools for analyzing your balance, for example, this one here. And you also have to take into account that our ears can quickly get accustomed to a certain balance, especially if they aren't trained. And our judgment only by ear usually relies on relative differences and can't be consulted as an objective decision-making tool. Just like your nose gets used to a certain smelling environment after being there for a while. So in order to cope with these challenges, we are going to rely on a couple of tools. for example, closing this, and we are going to rely on a reference track, so a professionally mastered track that we are using as a reference for our own master we are going to perform here. This Voxengo span is a free tool for analyzing and also for measuring differences between tracks, but in this tutorial here we're going to use the FabFilter Pro Q, and we are going to route it through the reference track, and we are going to use its matching EQ feature. That one routes information from our reference track onto our master track, and we can actually see the difference between the two and then adjust the EQ. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the reference track to our master track. So this audio information here has been sent to this track, and we are going to run it through the stereo sidechain of the FabFilter Pro Q2. So some audio information, or the entire audio information from this reference track, is being sent to our Pro Q filter here. And now we can set it up in the matching EQ mode down here. So I'm getting rid of this freeze function, and here's our EQ match function, and we are actually unselecting pre. We just select post and sidechain here because we already have one effect applied here, and we want to measure the differences between the master and the reference track after this low cut has already been applied. Now I'm setting it to EQ match mode. We have to unsolo this track, or actually solo this one just as well, and play them both. So also our reference track will be played now, and now this output goes into the master channel, into this Pro Q, and you can calculate the difference. So Pro Q now shows us the differences between the two tracks, the reference track and our master. And in the next video, we are going to analyze what's going on and adjust accordingly. Alright, so with the matching EQ mode of Pro Q by a FabFilter, we can calculate the differences between the frequency ranges of our reference and our to-be mastered track. And now we have a huge difference in the overall loudness, and we are trying to adjust for that in the beginning so that we are able to compare those frequencies in a better way. So I'm going back into the default mode, and now we are bringing down the volume on our reference track. Now you can see the red line is our reference track, the other line is our master. And I'm gradually bringing up the reference track now to match more or less the loudness of the master. And I'm always doing that here with this volume control on the reference track. This is just our fader here in Ableton. I'm going to keep it at -12, and now I'm going to run the matching EQ one more time here. Okay, and it looks a lot closer now. So if we analyze what we are seeing here, our red line is the reference track. So this, I took a pill in Ibiza track here. And the more white or gray line here in the background is our master, our remake version of that track. And you see there are a couple of differences. For example, our version seems to have a lot more low frequencies here compared to the reference track. And this rather thick white line is the suggested to-do EQ setting to bring our master closer to the reference track. So it is what Pro Q suggests us to do after matching those two tracks with each other. So it tells us your track seems to have too much low end, so please cut a little, and you can see in comparison we have more information in the low end here compared to the reference track, and also we have a bit more information in the high frequencies than the reference track, so it suggests us to cut some high frequencies here on this white line. And then it tells us, the reference track seems to have a little more information in the range around 3000 Hertz, 3K, and it seems to have a bit less around 500 Hertz. If you go one step further and you apply your matching EQ, it will ask you like how many notes do you want to put in, and if we select 5, it will put one here around 60, one here around 200, another one at 500, this one here at 3K, and that one at a very high value. If we put in more, it has a couple more suggestions here. They don't seem too drastic, so we are keeping it fairly low around 5 and we finish. And now what we see here are the suggestions of our helping tool to achieve a good balance in the mix we are working on here. So if we are not only relying on our ear, but also on like the suggestions of the matching EQ compared to a reference track, this is what they're asking us to do now. Now what we could do is take this suggestion here, just dial in those exact values and move on. But in general, this might be applied just a little bit too drastically, and we are going to take those suggestions more or less and dial them in another EQ on our own terms, maybe a little bit smoother. So let's quickly talk about the room and speakers. Mastering in general is about small and subtle adjustments, and therefore it's very important to have an appropriate and neutral environment and monitor speakers. For example, you can't really judge your low end if you have standing waves at certain bass pitches or frequencies at your listening position in the room. If you want to improve the sound in your room, for example, because you're facing resonance issues, very common problem, be sure to find the right position for your speakers and for your table. If your room, for example, is a rectangle and not a square, then place the desk on the shorter end. And for further optimization, place absorbers behind your monitors and also on your walls to the left and right at the height of your speakers. You can also place bass traps in the corners of your room, and in general, the thicker your absorber, the deeper the frequencies it will absorb. For example, absorbing 85 Hz will require an absorber about 1 meter deep. Also, above this video, we are placing a link to a website where you can calculate the exact placements for your monitors in your room. Your monitor speaker is the most important piece of gear, and we recommend active near-field speakers. If you're working in a smaller room, then take smaller speakers, inch-wise. Also, it might be a good idea to place your monitors on some kind of absorber to prevent creating vibrations and resonance. Also important, position your monitors in a triangle. So you have monitor, head, monitor. And the distance to the walls has to be equal for left and right monitors. Also, if your speaker is very close to the back wall, you should manually decrease the bass frequency output of your speaker. Many speakers have a special knob for this purpose on the back. Also, take into account that many people listen to their music on headphones. So check your mix on headphones, smartphones, and laptops as well, and also on kitchen radios if it's possible. And also try to develop an awareness for the weaknesses of these speakers. So now if we compare our mixed version with this suggested FabFilter mixing EQ suggestion here or guideline, it's quite a huge difference actually already. It quite heavily changes the character of our mix, and maybe we don't want to use this exact shape here, because also if you take a look at these values here, -4 decibels and -16, and you know, +2 is okay, +3 here and -18 here, that's maybe a little bit drastic, because our general habits when EQing on the master are more like use wide cues, because they sound more musical, and also be sure to not really boost more than 3 decibels. If you need to boost more than 3 decibels, it might be better to go back to your mix and arrangement and adjust those tracks accordingly in there, and then go back to the mastering stage. And also remember, if you make one move, for example, cut or boost, it is always relative and affects the other frequencies. So what we want to do in this step here is use this guideline, but apply it a bit more gently, because this curve also treats our track as if it would be this track here, and we are actually playing a different key. We have slightly different bass frequencies, for example, and those suggested frequencies by the matching EQ might not actually result in those track elements here to shine at their best level. So I'm picking up another Pro Q here. I'm putting this one into bypass mode, and we are going to perform our EQing here in this fresh instance of the Pro Q. Also, we set it into linear phase mode at the beginning here. We're taking a linear phase EQ because we have to perform a lot of cuts and boosts here, and we want to make sure not to mess up our phases. Using a linear EQ on your master bus is pretty common these days, and we actually have a separate chapter here where we explain the differences between zero latency, natural or minimum phase, and linear phase. Okay, so let's get started with our EQing here. I'm putting this first fab filter with the guideline from the matching EQ on the left as sort of a cheat sheet, and it's off, it's bypassed. And on the right, I'm using a new instance of the fab filter EQ here, and we're going to perform our changes in here. And going back, talking about this quite heavy low cut here, the original track is a pop track, so it's optimized for radio playback and airplay and all that. So they kind of gained headroom and loudness in their track by taking out a little more of their low end. You wouldn't necessarily do this on a club track, or if you were to master a club version of your track, you'd probably boost this back up a little further and kind of sacrifice a little bit of loudness. But in the club, you can always increase your loudness on a good club system. Anyway, so we're mastering a pop song here, so we can take off a little more low end than usually needed. According to this guideline here, we are starting with a low cut. I'm actually drawing in another low cut here. We can play around with it now. Actually going to select a steeper curve here, go down to 48, so very harsh cut. Okay, so I'm putting this low cut in here around 40 Hertz, but as you notice, if you're listening to the difference here, or if you put on the preview mode and listen to it, if you have a good subsystem or good headphones, you will notice this very low end here. You want to get rid of a lot of it, but maybe not of everything. So as you can see, here is our 0 decibels line, and we kind of also lost a little bit of information around 70, 80 and 90 hertz, and maybe we want to bring it back in. You can also, you know, boost this up a little further, but maybe we are trying a different approach here, and it's equally accurate, because what we want to take into account is the key of our song and the root note of that key. And the root note of our version of the track is D sharp, and we can actually see this if we go into the EQ8 here and we select one of the, or we just hover around with our mouse in the frequency spectrum, and we're looking for like D sharp down here. You can see the note we are playing at those frequencies and the number of decibels here. And if we are moving around, we can see D sharp in its first version is sitting around 77 hertz, and so we are dialing in 77 hertz, and 1 octave higher it's around 154. So this is D sharp in the second octave here. So if we go back to our FabFilter EQ and make sure we're kind of emphasizing on those frequencies, we are putting in another note here, and we're trying to get it to 77. So 77 hertz here. And we take a Q of around 2 almost, so we're getting this shape in here. This is the accumulated shape, and before adjusting the gain we want to listen in and see how it sounds. So one benefit of like taking into account the root note and your actual notes played out in the song is your EQ adjustments will sound very musical. And in that way, we are realizing a more natural sound. And if we are taking a look at this guideline here, we are being asked to put in a note around 220, but this one actually relates to the key of the original Pill in Ibiza song, and we have a different one here. So we have that one with 77 hertz and 154 hertz in the upper octave of our root note. So we're skipping this one for now. Maybe we can insert it later. And we are going to focus on this dip here around 500, which is actually quite common in mastering electronic music as well. So putting in a bell dip around 500 hertz here, double clicking in, putting in the bell curve here. In general, the area between 200 and 500 hertz generally sounds quite muddy, and it's a common frequency to cut in mastering. So let's see what we can apply here. Quickly bypassing it. So we're removing a little bit of the mud here in the frequencies. We have a lot of like plucks and chords and even pianos playing down here. We're just taking a little bit out here, not too much. We have a wide Q, quite a wide Q, sounds very musical, and we're not going further than -3 decibels down. Now, a side effect of using this wide Q here is that we're cutting off a little more than wanted around 150, where the second octave of our root note is lying. So we want to try around with adding in another bell here, and as mentioned before, D sharp in the second octave is at 154, so right here, and maybe we can preview this area. and give it a tiny bit of a boost. So accumulated, we are still at 0 here, you know, and have it a little bit boosted up. Now, if we're boosting it a little here, you see maybe we're getting too wide in our Q, so I'm narrowing it down a little, keeping it around 2 maybe, and creating a valley here, and maybe go down a little further here. Sounds perfectly musical here if I A/B it now. If you have troubles identifying the difference, listen closely to the sound of the kick and then listen to what happens right on top of the kick. That's when you really notice this difference. So without it, the kick stands a lot more out, and with it, we have it sound more natural and bassy. Just want to point out at this point here, if you're making cuts or boosts in the bass frequencies and you're cutting like this and you're boosting a little, just be sure to boost where it's musical and boost at the key of your song and at the note of your bass. Okay, in the next part, we're going to treat the frequencies around 3K here and those highest frequencies up here. Okay, going on with the EQing here, our next suggestion by the reference of the matching EQ is to boost the frequencies around 3K by 3 decibels, which is quite substantial and it's quite extreme actually. Also note that our ears are most sensitive to these frequencies around 3K here. You can actually see that in the Fletcher Munson curve. You can also notice that by turning down the volume to very low levels and listening in. The last thing you will notice is something around these frequencies here. So the implication of this information is that small amounts of changes in these frequencies will be heavily noticed by our ears. And that's why we are trying to boost rather gently, or if we are boosting, we're trying to boost with a, gentle cue here. Okay, so now I'm going to play around with this a little. Let's A/B it quickly here. So if you listen to the lead vocals, it's very obvious, the effect here. Listen back to these vocal shots. they're standing out a lot more now, and this is also what's happening in the original reference track here. I'm not going to play it here, but if you have it and play it back right now, you will notice like this vocal chop effect here is very close in our master now with the reference track. And now I kind of want to replicate what happened here, but a little bit less extreme. So we're cutting high frequencies here, and we're trying not to use a bell, but instead, if we click in here, see Pro Q suggests a high cut. We just want to cut the very highest frequencies here, the ones that are hardly audible anyways. And then we kind of need to take a look at what's happening around this area here and probably use something else. So usually what you're doing is mostly affecting your high frequencies with a tiny bit of a high shelf, and you will often use that to brighten up your mix without the need to cut low mids. But in this case here, we have too many high frequencies, and we have to perform a little bit of a high cut here at frequencies that hardly anybody can hear anyways. And then we have to take a look at something here a little bit in between 10 and 20K. So this is the area we are actually affecting here. If I listen to this one. But of course we gotta notice what you hear when you're previewing this knob is not only this frequency or higher values, it's also what's lower down below here, because we're curving off this entire curve here. And most of the elements you hear when you're previewing this area will lie rather around 10K, 11K and stuff like that. There are not many people really able to hear what's going on around 20K. And we can actually compare our more gentle EQing here with the a bit more extreme setting from the matching EQ now. So this was our initial mix with a bit of a low cut applied here. It's very punchy in the low frequencies. Now we have our Pro Q EQing here applied. And that one focuses a bit more on the high frequencies. We're making room for higher frequencies. We're rolling off some muddy stuff in the mid frequencies here, and then we're emphasizing on the vocal bits and parts and make it sound a lot brighter and less bass punchy here. And if we compare to the matching EQ again, that one just seems a little bit too much and a little too bright and a little too little bass. So for now, we're going to keep this EQ shape and go on to the next step. So after our first balancing step with the EQ, now we are coming to the next stage and we're entering a multi-band compressor. In this case, I'm using the Isotope Ozone 7 Dynamics. but you can also use the FabFilter MB or some Waves multiband compressor, or even the Ableton one. And what a multiband compressor does is it's another tool we can use as an option to treat the balance of the different frequencies or the frequency spectrum of our track. And we're able to change the dynamic range and the peaks for the different bands of our track here. So highest frequencies, high mid frequencies, low mid frequencies, or mid and low mid frequencies, and our bass frequencies, depending on where we are putting those overlaps and those transitional frequencies here. So with this multiband compressor, we can treat different sections of our frequency spectrum differently. And that's a huge advantage compared to a single band compressor. Because as mentioned, it gives us the ability to fine-tune frequency bands even further in the balance by changing the dynamics of those different bands separately. For example, we could leave the dynamics of the bass untouched now and focus more on reducing dynamics in the highest frequencies here without affecting the bass. Okay, so first we're going to put this multi-band compressor in learn mode to find optimal overlapping frequencies here. And you see it now automatically searched for good overlapping frequencies, and it came up with 200 Hertz here for the overlap between the low and the low mids, and then 600 Hertz for the next overlap. And then we're going all the way up until 11.5K for the last overlap between the high mids and the highest frequencies. If you have 4 bands more or less being at 10K, being around 600 and being somewhere between 120 and 200 Hertz is a very common overlapping distribution. Okay, so let's start using this compressor. And in this case, since we already cut off quite a bit of our lowest frequencies, we don't want to treat them much further at this point. We want to focus a bit more on the higher frequencies here and treat those a little bit further in their dynamic ranges. So if we are starting with our lowest frequency here, you see by default the threshold for the compressor. There's also a limiter here, but we are focusing on the compressor. So here's our compressor threshold, and here are the other compressor settings. That one is by default already by -12, and actually we want to find a good threshold here, so let's bring it down gradually. Now, at the moment, if we are playing it around 13.8 or something, we have a ratio of 2:1. And actually I want to apply it a bit less than that, so I'm bringing the ratio down a little bit. If you bring it into the other direction, it actually works like an enhancer. Okay, now we are keeping it at moderate ratio of 1.4:1. And now another big benefit of a multiband compressor is that you can treat your attack and release times separately for the different frequencies. And that actually makes sense. Lower frequencies have a longer wavelength than higher frequencies. It actually makes sense to apply longer attack and release times for lower frequencies and shorter attack and release times for higher frequencies. So down here we are moving our attack a little bit further up. And in order to really play this release time here, we have to put the adaptive release option off in this case. And our next value here is the knee. And your knee controls the hardness or smoothness of the gain reduction. And if we have a high value here, we have a quite smooth gain reduction. So maybe we're not picking the smoothest value, but Just keep it around 8 or something. Maybe in higher frequencies we want to apply a bit harsher gain reduction with a lower knee value. And now a little bit of compression has taken place on our lowest frequencies, and we kind of want to make up for the lost gain now. So here's our gain adjustment, and we can actually put it into auto mode, so automatic makeup gain. Just put this on. And it will pick a makeup value more or less based on the reduced decibels here. Okay, so let's move on to our next band. Here we have this band. I can actually solo it up here. So this is what we are going to affect right now. And you see our compressor is not doing anything at the moment, so we have to go down with our threshold. And we actually need to go down quite a little bit to affect the audio. Notice it's the frequency range we carved out with our EQ here. So this is the area we are working on right now. That's why our compressor threshold has to be taken down a little bit further. And I'm still applying a gentle ratio here. So I'm playing around with the ratio now. Keeping it at 1.4 to 1 right now. Putting the attack time a little bit up. But lower than the lowest one here. So that one was 33. Now we are keeping it at 25 and our release time up a little bit further to somewhere around 70. And bring the knee down to somewhat 8. And keep the makeup gain again at auto. And actually we can also bypass the compression and listen to the difference of the multiband compressor in this area here with the on-off knob. So if we are applying it heavier here, then you will notice a real difference with a higher ratio, for example, or a lower threshold, or both. But I'm bringing it back to a very gentle value. In the end, we still want to apply more compression on our higher bands here and keep those lower frequencies just gently touched. And unless you have a very good playback system and well-trained ears, it will be quite difficult to still hear the difference, but you're going to hear more of a difference with those higher frequencies applied later. So A-Bing it quickly at this stage. Okay, so very gentle touches here, the lowest frequencies. We're now moving up to this mid band where we are going to apply a bit more. So listening to this mid band in solo mode. So we are going to affect this one with compression as well. We are moving down our threshold now. We don't want to go too crazy here, so I'm keeping it around 14.7 and I'm bringing the ratio down slightly. Moving the attack time down a little. We're up in higher frequencies with shorter wavelength, and now our attack time can be shorter as well, and the release time just the same. around 35, 37, something like that. And also we want to kick in our compression on this band a bit harsher. So we're putting in a bit harsher knee value here. I'm going to the middle 5. And we have our makeup gain activated in auto mode. If you listen to the clap now, you really notice the difference between the compressed and the uncompressed signal. So listen to the clap at a compression of -20. And we're losing a bit of punch, so I'm bringing the compressor back up to around 18. I don't want to lose so much punch on my little clap sound. But in the end, it's a judgment to be made on the overall signal, so I'm going to put this solo off and play everything together. So now it's very noticeable already, the effect. We're really taming the transient of that clap element, for example. If you listen to compressor completely applied versus not applied. And another way of dealing with this transient of the clap would be bringing the attack time back up and leaving more of the initial clap transient through before affecting the signal with this compression. So let's try this with a harsh threshold and a longer attack time here. Okay, this is exaggerated now, but you see the clap still cuts through right now. So I'm going to some value in between. I'm going to put it to somewhere around 15 or 17, 18. And I'm going to -20 somewhere here. And let's solo it. Maybe we can pick the attack time a bit longer, even 22. Alright, so here the difference gets really noticeable, and moving up to our highest band now, let's play this one quickly in solo mode. So this is the area we are affecting right now, but I'm putting it back into the mix. Bringing down the threshold. And we are starting to affect in this area here. And now we can pick a very, very short attack and release time combination here. And also bring our knee down to some mid value. Leave the makeup gain here. We're just reducing a little bit of dynamics in this highest frequency band here, And now we can see the AB effect of the overall multiband compression here. We wanted to affect our mid and higher frequencies here without affecting too much of our low end here, because that one has already been treated and is the one that gets easily picked up by compressors, and that's due to the high amplitude in the lowest frequencies. They're getting processed at first by a regular compressor, and with this multiband compressor we can avoid affecting them too much, but at the same time reduce the dynamics in those mid and high frequencies nicely with our selected frequency band ranges here. Still using very moderate values in the compression levels, because in mastering the idea is use several tools after one another in a chain and adjust them gently instead of like drastically adding one effect with one tool on your entire track, because it always affects the entire track, every instrument in all those ranges, and you just want to touch your mix very gentle with a couple of tools instead of hard with only one tool. Okay, let's talk about metering. An audio signal or sound levels are measured using a decibel system. The decibel system is used to measure the difference between two signals. 1 decibel is the level change that is just noticeable by most people. A 6 decibel change is considered to be about twice the volume. So it's important to understand that the decibel scale is not linear. It is a relative comparison between two signals. By the way, there are many different decibel measuring units out there. A very important decibel unit or scale in the digital world is the decibels full scale. For example, if you look at your track faders or the master level, or also your levels in plugins or in any DAW, they're all showing you the decibels full scale. And the loudest signal possible here is 0 decibels. Above 0 decibels, the signal is going to clip or be distorted when played. Decreasing the volume by 6 decibels would cut in half our perceived loudness. If we are going down another 6 decibels to -12 decibels full scale, we are already left with a quarter of the loudness or power of the initial 0 decibels full scale signal. So now imagine what it means when you're turning down the volume by 48 decibels, for example, when you're cutting your bass frequencies with an EQ. It will be almost gone. Now, when measuring loudness and mastering, we're confronted with a couple of scales and units, because having our signal peaking at the 0 decibels full scale mark doesn't say much about how loud the track is going to be perceived. Our ears are sensitive to the average loudness of a song and not to the peaks. So taking a look at this example here, so we have a track that is peaking at 0 decibels here. Whenever the snare part hits and we have the snippy kind of sound peaking at 0 decibels, you can see that here's the peak. But everything else around it is fairly low still, so playing at a moderately low volume here. I'm just going into this part. So we have a high peaking value at 0 decibels, and the average is rather playing around -17, -18. Okay, so let's go into detail on this average level, RMS, or root mean square. The RMS level is proportional to the amount of energy over a period of time. To get the RMS value out of a waveform, we need to introduce a time parameter. In order to do that, we are picking multiple peak values from the last 300 milliseconds or so, and we are calculating their average value. And then we are arriving at our RMS value. You can increase the RMS levels in your track by decreasing the dynamic range in the track. So making quieter parts louder and louder parts quieter. And this can be done, for example, through using tools such as limiters or compressors. Commercial or very loud songs nowadays have an RMS value around -9 to -6, but RMS is only a measurement of signal voltage, so it doesn't really give us an idea of perceived loudness. And that means two music tracks measuring the same RMS values may not necessarily have the same perceived loudness. This is because RMS does not take into account that low, mid, and high frequencies of the same level are different in their perceived loudness. We are going to talk more about this in the bonus video about the Fletcher Munson curve, but we can also take a look quickly into a practical example showing that increasing low frequencies by the same amount as increasing high frequencies will result in a different perceived loudness. Okay, so now we are going to add in another compressor, a single band compressor in this case. And I'm assuming you know how a compressor works in this step. If you kind of have questions or you want to refresh your knowledge on compressors and compression, we are putting a mini series on how the compressor works in the bonus part of this course in the back of the curriculum. So just scroll down if you want to see that again. So the first thing I'm going to do behind our EQ and behind our ozone dynamic multiband compressor, we are putting in another compressor by Waves, the C1 compressor. I'm picking it up from my plugins here and I'm putting it in here. Now we can see our compressor interface. And now when it comes to compression, we really have to ask ourselves what our track actually needs. It's really dependent on the source audio material. We can't say there are blind rules we can always apply because that's not the case. You have to ask yourself, do I have a punchy track? Do I have a sustainy track? Is there something I want to tame a little bit? Is there something I want to have stand out a little bit? And for example, we have 3 general options. We can try to add punch to our track. We can try to add sustain to our track. Or we can try to catch peaks. So let's see if we need to add punch. I'm going to dial in some punch adding settings here. So adding punch, we want to leave our initial transients through. So I'm picking a higher attack time. So we are not touching our initial transients, but we are starting our compression after the transient. And then it takes for a while. So we're putting a release up to somewhere like 120, for example. And now we are picking quite a substantial ratio. So I'm going to 10:1, something like this. And I'm bringing down the threshold now gradually. And quickly make up a little bit for those losses in gain. So I'm totally exaggerating the effect now to make it really obvious for everybody. Even if you're on bad speakers, it should be still obvious to listen to this difference here. On, off, bypassing to hear the difference. It's totally pumping already. Now bring down the threshold even further, a bit more makeup to exaggerate this, to exaggerate this effect like crazy. Now it's almost only punching. So the key to adding punch, of course, on a way more moderate level is quite a substantial attack here and a moderate release time, and then quite a high ratio combined with threshold of your choice. Going back to our track, this is actually not what we need, because even if we play this without this compressor applied, it's quite punchy still. Our kicks and claps are very audible, so maybe we need the other thing, maybe we want to add sustain. So what do we do if we want to add sustain? In that case, we are picking a very short attack time because we don't want to let any transients go through untouched. We want to smoothen out our audio signal. We don't want those transients here to go untouched, but we want to equalize between the gain of those quieter parts here and those louder parts here. Short attack time, very short, somewhere around 1 millisecond, and release time up to a longer release time, something like 260, 270, something like that. A very high ratio to exaggerate the effect. I'm going to 20:1, and threshold, up a little, makeup down a little, see where we're starting here. Let's play it. So it's getting very sausagey. We are losing a lot of the dynamics, and we have this long, even out sound signal. And this is when we add crazy amounts of sustain, so totally exaggerating the effect. Of course, if you want to add a little bit of sustain, you're keeping a lower ratio and a way lower threshold, and of course, way less makeup gain in that case. So I would go up in the threshold, and I would go down in the ratio. But if we are listening, if we're comparing this more moderate add sustain setting here with our initial track, we kind of notice the initial track is still quite stampy. So let's have a look at a third compressor setting here. And actually, I'm going to pick the settings of the Ableton glue compressor. So I'm picking up the glue compressor. This is also available as a VST plugin if you don't work with Ableton and you want to replicate exactly what we're doing here. You can also get that VST. But we're just going to take a look at the settings here and trying to do the exact same thing with the C1. So I'm picking up a preset called Catch Peaks, and I'm loading this onto the glue compressor. As mentioned, we have kind of a punchy track here as our source material, and we're just trying to reduce the peaks with a more gentle ratio than a limiter would do. So this is what we're using this Catch Peaks compressor for. Well, turning this one off, turning this one on, and now we can apply our compression and bring down the ratio. It's not doing anything right now, and we're just moving down the threshold to see when it starts moving the needle and actually compressing signal. So let's do this. If we are compressing it like crazy, no peaks are left untouched and it sounds very unnatural. Of course, we want to apply it a lot more gentle. I'm going to somewhere around 13, 10, minus 10, minus 12, minus 13, somewhere here. You see it's moving with the kick and with the clap. So these are the transients we kind of want to catch a little bit here. And what are these settings we are having here? We have a very short attack time. We can actually put on our info view here, hover over this thing. We have the knobs values are in milliseconds. So 0.1 milliseconds or 0.01 milliseconds, very short attack time. Our release time, however, is measured in seconds. So 0.1 seconds is 100 milliseconds of release time. And our ratio is 10:1 here. So no makeup gain so far applied, high ratio and very short attack time, a mid-range release time. And how does this now compare to our Add Sustain compressor? Our Add Sustain compressor from before had a longer release time here. And we were also punching in the threshold a lot heavier than we are going to do here. So short attack, that is quite similar to the Add Sustain one. But if we are catching peaks, we want to stop catching them at some point, and that's why we are picking a very short release time. And actually, if this knob would go further down, we would probably pick an even shorter one. Just finding a nice setting for this one now with a makeup gain applied as well. Okay, let's use this gentle setting here with minus 14 decibels threshold and roughly 2 decibels of makeup. And now just for fun, we're going to dial in those exact settings into the C1 here and compare both these compressors. So what do we need to do? Go to threshold and dial in minus 14 here. Ratio down here, 10:1. So I'm putting in 10:1. Attack, like 0.01 milliseconds, so short as possible here as well. Release time, 100. And the cool thing is here we can actually go to lower values in the release time if it feels like it's applied for too long. And makeup at 2 or 1.9. Let's compare both of these guys. So with these settings dialed into this one and blindly applied, the compression with the C1 is way too heavy. Let's try to get it closer to the catch peak sounding one. So we can still go a little bit further down in our threshold and a little bit up in our makeup. So I would say something like this. Here we can see our gain reduction taking place. And if we compare that to what we see in this needle here, and since we are going to use the C1 further out through this tutorial, I'm going to close the catch peaks one from Ableton-only now and just bring the ratio down a little bit. It seems to be applied a bit too heavily. Still a lot more punchy as soon as we bypass the compressor, so a heavy effect of the compression still taking place here. Just listen to kick and clap, it's really noticeable there. Okay, so in this step we took a look at several possibilities and several ways of using your compressor, for example, to add punch, for example, to add sustain, or as we just did, to catch some of the peaks. And now we applied this one with a makeup of 3, a threshold of 7.8, a ratio of 7:1, and a very short attack time to catch some of the peaks that we are producing here in our source material and smoothen out the audio a little bit further. And now we are ready to move on to the next step. Alright, so now we want to complete the loudness and dynamic treatments on our song to be able to start measuring and comparing to our reference track. In order to know at what point in our mastering chain down here we still need to make adjustments. Therefore, we are putting on a limiter at the end of the chain, and in this case I'm picking up the FabFilter Pro L limiter. I'm dragging it onto this channel here. So let's get started with the limiter. A limiter basically is a compressor with a ratio of infinity and an attack time of 0. So it starts working instantly. And what we're doing with the ratio of infinity is we're cutting off audio material exceeding the threshold, and we're putting on gain makeup to the selected ceiling. So what we're doing with a limiter is we're cutting off audio material exceeding our threshold. We're completely cutting it off because our ratio is set to infinity. Okay, and let's apply this limiter here, and we are going to increase our gain. Some limiters are using this feature in reverse mode where you actually drag down the threshold. In this case, we are pushing up the gain, but it's basically the same thing. So let's put it up. So what we see here with all our kicks, we are entering the red zone, and you can actually see the gain reduction taking place, and you can also see how much we are clipping in this red line here on the side. So around 2 decibels have been clipped here in this setting when I added in around 9 decibels, but we are just mostly cutting off from the kick if you take a look at this representation here. And how much limiting we are applying totally depends on our source audio and also on the point when your track actually starts to noticeably clip in your ears as well when you hear distortion elements or something. You can drag your gain up into the red zone a little bit, but you should be aware that at some point it's starting to get too much. So we can actually compare this limiter with another common limiter, the Waves L2. And now the difference is what we increase in gain here is taking down the threshold here. And then what we can see is we have an output ceiling. This output ceiling can be seen down here as well. And we will have an indicator of the attenuation or how much of the signal has been clipped. This can be just seen in the same way as this red line down here. So if we apply the L2 now, and we also go down -9 or bring the threshold down -9, as we said, gain increasing here in the Pro L +9. What we see is we are also attenuating more or less 2 decibels of the signal here, cutting off. And we are at a ceiling. We are stopping everything at 0 decibels here. At latest around -14, you start noticeably having distorted elements everywhere in the audio. So this setting would be definitely too much and you would bring it back to some more moderate values. Also, our limiter has this release area here where it's automatically looking for the perfect release time, taking into account factors like the speed of your track and the movement of the frequencies and adjusting release time automatically. You can also set it into, manual mode, but I recommend keeping it this way. So summing up, in this step, we applied 2 different types of limiters, but with the same cause in mind. We are trying to cut off a little bit of the loudest peaks in the track to be able to increase the overall loudness of all the other elements substantially. So in the end, we are going to use the Fab Filter Pro. I'm going to take the L2 off. And we can nicely see it over here. We are reducing those peaks by roughly 2 to 3 decibels. Thereby, we are able to increase the overall loudness of the remaining track a bit further than actually possible if we were just touching the 0 decibel ceiling with our peaking elements. And in the next step, we're going to further analyze and compare our loudness to the reference track. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the metering here, and we're going to measure peak RMS values and take a look at the stereo spectrums. So on our group, on the metering group bus here, I have this meter from Brainworks measuring our peak and RMS values. So at first we want to compare the peak and RMS values of our mastered version with the reference track. And make sure, if you want to follow along, to put in the reference track into your own project to be able to listen to it. We can't play the output of the reference track here in this tutorial, but I'm going to show you the metrics of the reference track as well. So if we measure the reference track now, not playing the signal through your speakers, but analyzing it here. We can roughly say that we are peaking almost at 0 decibels here, and our RMS value is somewhere between 5 and 6 for the most part. RMS indicating your average loudness. We have a separate chapter on this subject. Okay, so we are peaking at roughly 0.1. And we are at an RMS level of 5 to 6, which is actually really super loud. So going to our mastered version now and listening to that one and metering and measuring this one, I'm clicking in here to reset the values. So we are already reaching a different region. We are peaking at 0 actually, and we can tweak that further a bit later. Maybe you need a bit less peaking. We can adjust for that later. For example, if you're uploading to SoundCloud or something. But our RMS is comparable to the reference track, which is good already, but it's not quite there. Take another look at it. Basically, I see more 7s than 5s compared to this guy here where I see more 5s than 7s. And even if the RMS values are quite similar, our track still appears a bit quieter. And that might be due to the fact that we still have a bit too much bass frequencies in our track. So we can adjust for our bass frequencies even further, even if we've taken them down quite a little bit already. But that original reference track is really radio optimized, and they've taken down a lot of low end to gain this crazy amount of RMS value and overall loudness of the track. Okay, the second thing we want to take a look at now is what is happening if we are playing our track on a mono system. So sometimes in a club or somewhere, if you only have a kitchen radio or something, you're playing mono information. And we should make sure our track still sounds complete and full in a mono system. So I have this MS switches here. I have a mono switch. Or you could, if you're on Ableton, you can use a utility and put it up on your metering track and set the width to 0. Like right now, we would listen to it in mono since it's activated here. And it's the same thing as measuring it here in the Brainworks meter. So in mono, what happens? We're losing a little bit of our mid frequencies, and maybe we want to adjust for that with a little bit of adjustment in the stereo imaging and in our mid side EQing. So we could go back one step and adjust for that, put a little bit of the side information a bit more to the center, and comparing it to the reference track now. Well, even if you can't hear it right here, I can tell you the reference track has a bit more low mid frequencies, so we should adjust for that. And we actually have another tool for our analysis here. If I'm taking the mono switch back off, and if we go back into this isotope ozone imager down here, we have our separate frequency bands. So our lowest frequencies here, frequencies from 200 to 1K hertz, and then up to 11K, and then our highest frequencies. No imaging applied right now, so we can use it as a tool for analysis and take a look at our stereo spectrum here in the pass analyzer. I'm playing it back, our track, and I'm soloing the low mids. And we see anti-phase going on here. It's not necessarily a bad thing in these frequencies, but we want a little bit less. We have quite a bit of stereo information going on down here. Like it's not a line whatsoever. It's really distributed to the left and to right. And maybe we want to bring this back a little more into the center. So this could be one of our to-dos. The first to-do is bring down the bass a little more to gain the last remaining bits of headroom to get close in the RMS to our reference track. And then also for the mono optimization, bring those low mids back a little more to the center. You can also check the high mids and high frequencies here. Taking these off, these on. And if we compare these to the reference track now, it's quite similar. And doing the same thing for the low mids again, reference track. Also has some information here, but looks just a tad more centered around this blue centered line here. The anti-phase information is being lost when we are monoing our track, so we want to make sure we are not putting too much of our relevant low-mid information in this area, and we're going to adjust for that in one of the next steps. So summing up, we want to gain just a little more headroom in our lowest frequencies to reach this high RMS value of the original track. This is our goal right now. And also we want to push back some of those low mids more to the center to achieve a better, more consistent sound when we're playing it back in mono. Okay, so in this step, after the metering process and the analysis of our stereo spectrum, we're going back one step. So we're moving basically in front of our limiter here on the master channel. So here's our compressor, there's the limiter, and we're going to tweak in this little gap here. I'm actually going to copy the imager, so the tool to adjust the stereo image for the different frequency bands, and I'm going to plug it down in here. So our ozone imager with the lowest band, the mid band, and the high band here. And now we are going to adjust this guy because we figured we need a bit less stereo in the low mids. I'm also going to put in a simple Ableton equalizer from the Ableton audio effects, where you can use any mid-side EQ for this step. I'm picking up the EQ8, putting it in here as well. But actually, as I'm thinking about it, we are going to start with the other plugin first. So we are dragging this one, the emitter, in front of the mid-side EQ and open it up and start with this guy. And what we want to do is we want to make sure like our lowest frequencies down here are just completely in mono. So we are avoiding any phasing issues down here, and we're gaining a little bit of residual headroom. Now the overlap value of 200 Hz here might seem a bit high. It's usually more towards 120 or 130 or something. So I'm taking this down now. So very clearly audible if you have good headphones or sub speakers available. And we're going to the second band, this band here next to it. And we figured these low mid frequencies were a bit too much in the stereo or in the anti-phase here. So we're bringing it back all together around -20. 21 or something. So this would be all the way mono. You can see it's just one line remaining here. And now it folds up. And these are crazy amounts of anti-phase stereo information. So I'm staying at 21.5 here, and we are going to our next band. And we can open this one up a little bit further. See, for example, if we open it up that far, our kick transient actually sounds like two different drum elements played after one another. There's actually a bit of delay between them. So of course we don't want that, and we are keeping it at 7.6 or something. And our highest band can be boosted out a bit wider. And it's a quite common practice to take your higher frequencies and move them more to the sides, because phasing issues aren't such a big problem for high frequencies, so you could go even more into extremes. The problem here might be our vocal sample getting blurry when we're getting wider out with our high frequencies here, because it's already kind of blurry and we don't want to process it too much. So listening in with this imager applied now in stereo. Bypassing it now to hear the difference in stereo. So we are going back to our EQ here behind the imager. This is the imager, and we're selecting our EQ8 here, and we're going into mid-side mode here. We can switch between the middle, so the mono signal, and the side left-right stereo information. And we're starting with a bell curve around 590 Hertz roughly. Just listen in. So you definitely notice the difference as soon as you're taking it out, and also if you're putting it in more heavily, you notice a difference. What we want to do is we want to add just a little bit more of those low mid frequencies here in the middle. So I'm going up to something like 590, 600, 590, something like this. I'm still keeping a quite moderate gain here. We're affecting the overall audio, so tiny changes are enough to really make a difference here. Okay, and now we are going to the side of our panorama, and we're doing just the opposite here, picking up this one, and we are going to 580, 590 more or less, and we are going this 1 decibel of gain down. And then we are picking a Q that is more moderate, something like this, not too, thin, not too narrow, but a bit wider here. And listen to this difference. So basically, this little piece of information has been moved rather to the center now. if I exaggerate the effect with this scale knob here, just going to a double amount of the effect with 200% scale. So in this case, the effect gets more noticeable, but we want to apply it, of course, at 100% here, not too drastically. So I'm dialing in 100 here. And also we can put a quite common practice, our higher frequencies with a high shelf on the side of our audio panorama a little bit up. So just like maybe 2 decibels for the most part. We are at around 5K in the frequencies, and we're just moving those upper parts up a little bit on the side, keeping the initial Q value of 0.7 here. Just a little bit of gain boosting in the high frequencies here on the sides. Now, if we remember our metering chapter from before, we saw the reference track has an RMS around 5 and 6, and we have it around 5, 6, 7, 8. And we still want to gain a little bit of headroom to push it even further up. And one of the ideas to deal with this problem was decreasing the bass a little bit further. So we are putting in another EQ. We could also apply it in one of the EQs we're already using. But just to make it a bit more obvious to you guys, I'm going to put in a new EQ so we can really see what's going on here. I'm putting it behind the compressor, and I'm just using this as some sort of final touches EQ. It's very common to use a final touches EQ after your last compressor, but usually what you do is you're boosting back a little bit of low and high frequencies. It's quite common to apply final touches EQs in that way. Notice you could also put them behind this imager and mid-side EQ here, but just keep it here for now. Doesn't really make that big of a difference if you're boosting or cutting and then you're adding highs and mids here, or you do it the other way around. But it does make a difference if you're putting it in front of a compressor or behind a compressor. But anyways, we want to gain a little bit of headroom through reducing a little bit of bass frequencies, and therefore we are still going down just a little bit further here. In this case, the best practice is using a shelf. So I'm using a low shelf, this one, and I'm just putting it in here, and I'm actually taking in the wrong note, taking this note off, just using number 1 and applying the low shelf here, just like this, and bring it down a little further. Let's listen in. Okay, of course I need to take off this high shelf I put in here. Don't want to mess with that right now. So going back to the low shelf here, we are taking a bit more. We're going a bit lower with this note here, and we're hanging out somewhere at 60, 63, 65, and we're taking it down even a bit further. So -3, something like that. Let's see what we're doing here. Okay, it seems quite drastic now, but we are going to push our limiter a bit further up, and we will get closer to our reference track in the end. Okay, now we are moving over to the limiter. I'm putting the meter a bit to the left here so we can open up the limiter and see how much headroom we are gaining through this low shelf here. So put the limiter in and play it back. This way we are reaching these 5 to 6 RMS levels, but let's go back and compare if there's distortion going on compared to 9.1 with 11.7 here. That seems to be possible around 10.9, but of course this is always pretty subjective. Some guys would push it higher, some mastering engineers would keep it lower here. At the end of the day, it seems to be possible with our mix track here to get quite close to the peak and RMS levels of our reference track, which is pretty cool because that one is actually super loud and we are able to get quite close to it with these little tricks here, removing a lot of bass with the matching EQ and our entire optimized mastering chain here. And again, we just have to be aware if we're going up further here, we are really going to start introducing a lot of distortion to the sound and we really don't want that. So just an example. At around 15, you have it in your bass, you have it basically everywhere. So this really seems to be the maximum possible boost here. Okay, now in the previous sections we've come up with this mastering chain and at the end we are putting on this fab filter limiter. And I just wanted to point out that there are other ways of doing this limiting job here. You could also split the work between several instances of limiters or use maximizers. But right now we're using the Pro L by Fab Filter. What you could also do is load in the L2 by Waves and kind of go down with this one to say 8. A boost or in gain of 8 decibels here, and the remaining 3 decibels are done by waves, for example, L2. But let's take a look at the Ozone 7 maximizer here, which is also kind of similar to what we're doing with the limiter here. And with this Ozone maximizer, we actually have different algorithms to choose from. And if we hover over here, we can see this is this intelligent release control 1, smooth and thick, limiting for a rich sound. This one is sharp, limiting to preserve peaks. This one here is surgical limiting tailored to your audio. And you can select balance, pumping, crisp, clipping. And down here we have the 4th algorithm, which is spectral shaping for reduced pumping and distortion. It depends a little bit on your source audio material, but you can split the job or put in one of those maximizer algorithms and maybe achieve a louder or better result. So what we are going to do here is split the job and try out those several algorithms and see what we can do with it. Starting with the first one, taking a look at our meter here. So this step is really up to your personal taste and the necessities of your underlying to be mastered track. And it might be interesting because maybe one of those algorithms applies better to your source audio material, and that way you can be able to boost that even up higher. Right here, we wouldn't necessarily use it. Maybe go to the first one, or I also thought the third one was quite nice, and just dial in a setting of 2.9 plus those 8.1. We're roughly back at those 11 we had initially, and this should be fine. Actually, we're getting very close to the values of our reference track here, around 5 and 6 and 7, but it looks pretty good, and we can go on with the next chapter. Okay, so now we reach the step of exporting our audio, and if you're like most producers, chances are that your last element on your mastering chain is a limiter with a ceiling at 0 decibels. And even though you ensured such a track isn't clipping in your DAW, exporting and possibly downgrading the audio quality, for example, to an MP3 file, can still cause clipping. And this is called an intersample peak, because the peak is lying between two measuring points of digital samples. The digital signal is not a continuous signal like the real world analog signal here, which is a continuous line. And our digital signal is not a continuous line. It's more an abstract representation of that continuous line with a huge number of small steps. The resolution of the sample rate in such a case is not fine enough to trigger this intersample peak. And the easiest solution to this problem is to give our track a bit more headroom by lowering the ceiling parameter on your final limiter. So going back to Ableton, we can solve the intersample peak problem by lowering the ceiling parameter here and thereby giving our track a little bit more headroom. And a value between minus 0.3 or minus 1 decibels will be good enough here. If you're using the Ableton limiter, for example, this one down here, you will find your ceiling parameter down here next to the gain knob. And now in our final step, we have to take care of dithering. When we export our master, we downgrade our audio quality, which can cause minor digital errors. And dithering is a technical step to prevent these errors by adding extremely low volume digital noise to the sound following different types of algorithms. It's important we only want to activate dithering when our rendered audio is final. We are not going to perform more processing on it later. If we are, for example, sending our track to mastering by someone else, for example, we don't use dithering, and we are also trying to deliver the highest bit depth possible, for example, 32 bits. By default, Ableton selects the triangular algorithm, which is the safest mode to use. Keep in mind, our limiter also has a dithering mode here. It's not selected at the moment, but there are different dithering modes available, like type 1, type 2, and none. So we have a dithering mode here, and we have a dithering mode in our limiter, and we just want to be sure to only use it once. And if you want to learn more about these differing modes, the sample rates, and the other options here, check the exporting video in our bonus section. Okay, so we're taking a look at this little example here. I have a recording of a square wave in the bass frequencies and in a higher frequencies, and we're playing the same amplitude for both recordings. You can see both are peaking at the same level. Now on our channel here, we are playing it at 0 decibels at the moment. The higher frequency appears to be a bit louder than the lower frequency. We can point this effect out a bit more. We can also show this effect at lower levels. So let's bring this one down here. and further down. And further down. So both are being played back at the same amplitude, but down here at -30, the high frequency appears to be a lot louder than the lower frequency. And this is connected to the Fletcher Munson curve of perceived loudness among the frequency ranges. You can check the in-depth video in our bonus video section. So let's take a look at a concept quite similar to the RMS, because since a few years there's been a new scale taking the aspect of the human hearing perception of loudness into account. It's called the loudness units relative to full scale, and it became an international standard for broadcast, radio and TV and podcasts, and it also measures the average loudness of a track, but it has 2 meters. The short term and long term. The short term one takes the average of the last 3 seconds and it's displaying it in loudness units relative to full scale. And the long term one is displaying the total average of what has been played so far in the song. And the long term measure is the one crucial for broadcast and commercial and streaming services. So the principal difference between loudness units full scale and RMS is now adjusting for this human hearing perception problem. Loudness units full scale will give you lower values for bass frequencies that have the same amplitude than high frequencies, because they have a different perceived loudness in the human hearing. And to provide the listener with equally loud tracks, streaming services have recently introduced a feature called audio normalization. And it's been implemented by Spotify, iTunes, YouTube, and so on. These streaming services now normalize the loudness of their tracks to around -13 LUFS, or loudness units full scale. Depends a bit on the platform. You can also check our article with the link above this video for details. So if a track is louder than these -13 loudness units full scales, the platform service will bring down its overall volume. And if a track is quieter than -13 loudness units full scale, services such as Spotify will bring up its volume. So if we look at these 2 tracks here, make a guess which one will be sounding better. Okay, let's take a look at this practical example here. I have 2 different versions of the same track. They're just mastered differently. And the upper one keeps a lot more dynamic range at a cost of the average loudness, or the perceived average loudness measured in loudness units full scale. So the lower one is squeezed together heavily, and we are resulting in -7.5 loudness units full scale. We are remaining at -15 in the upper one. Let's quickly check with our isotope insight meter if this is correct. I'm soloing the lower one first. I'm going more into the mid. You can see almost immediately the short-term one is showing 7.5 and the long-term one is also converging towards the value of 7.5 loudness units full scale average loudness. Also down here we have our loudness history chart. So this one is going up very fast in the beginning. And it's showing you the history of what has been played so far. So we are arriving at 7.5 here. Let's play the upper one. And if we're playing for longer, we are arriving at 15 here. Same track, two versions, two different average perceived measures of loudness. So before we mentioned, streaming services like Spotify are working with average loudness policies to ensure that their streaming goes smoothly over tracks from different artists. And at Spotify, they have set an average loudness value of roughly -13 loudness units full scale. Let's assume Spotify has a policy of -15 loudness units full scale. And now let's imagine a situation where we are sending both our tracks to be published on Spotify. So Spotify is getting the first track. It's automatically measuring the average loudness, checking for -15, and making sure this track is good to go, putting it on the platform. It checks this track down here, measuring -7.5, and detects a gap of another 7.5 loudness units full scale to adjust before they can publish it on their platform. So what they're doing is they're going into your file, automatically bringing it down -7.5 decibels full scale. Okay, and we're good to go to publish it on Spotify. Now they have the same perceived loudness. So we have the same average perceived loudness, but on this version here, we were able to maintain a lot more dynamic range, nice sounding peaks, and overall musicality in the track. Okay, so let's quickly get an overview of the components in our mastering chain. And we actually prepared this graphical overview here, helping you to reduce confusion on where to position your effects in your mastering chain. And we are putting a link to this overview here on top of the video, so feel free to check back whenever you're in doubt. And going back into Ableton and taking a look at such an effect chain down here on this audio track, as we saw in our overview, we are starting with a surgical EQ here, performed by FabFilter Pro Q in this case, surgical EQ. And then we are following up with the EQ8 from Ableton. We're using this one as mid-side EQ here. And then we are following with another FabFilter Pro Q. And this one is being used as tonal and balance EQ. And the next element in our chain is the Pro MB Multiband Compressor, taking care of the balance between our different frequency bands here for in this current case. And this one is followed by our glue compressor, this Ableton device down here, gluing our signal a bit more together. And notice the settings for your compressors are always highly dependent on the source audio material if you need more punch or if you need to catch peaks or add sustain. And then we are going on with the stereo enhancer. So in this case, we are using the isotope imager, where we can enhance our stereo information for 4 different bands, low, mid, and high frequencies. And we are following up with an exciter here, isotope exciter in this case. And this could also be replaced by a saturator or even a distortion if you need more higher frequencies or more frequency information in your track. Exciter, saturator, or even distortion are possible plugins at this position in your mastering chain. And then we are moving on to our limiter, in this case waves L2, increasing the loudness of the track, and following up with our meter, in this case Brainworks BX meter, to measure our peak and average loudness. Alright, so now we are going to perform a mastering on this little techno track here. What we see here is our mastering project file we talked about before, and we have this metering group, and here we have the file we will be mastering. Right now it's the mixdown of this file, so nothing applied on the master channel. Down here we have a copied version of the pre-masters, just the exact same file down here, so we can compare before and after mastering with one another. And below I have 2 reference tracks. One is this Toi Recha remix, and the other one is my remix for the Giant. And when preparing this mastering, we thought both could be possible reference tracks, but we decided to go for this one here because it sounds a bit more modern. So now in the first step, we are going to perform a little bit of surgical EQ here, and we are going to use one of the new dynamic EQs by Ozone. I'm going to load it up onto our to be mastered track here. And when listening to this version, we kind of thought the clap snare element was a bit too loud. So let's pretend we can't go back to the mixing stage, but we still want to edit this one a bit quieter in here. So we are loading up a dynamic EQ onto our mastering track. And here it is, Ozone 7 dynamic EQ. That one now has different bands you can use. And I'm going to mute band 3, band 1, band 6. I'm going to work with band 4. So compared to a traditional EQ where you, for example, cut a certain frequency with a certain amount, add a certain frequency with a certain curve like bell curve, shelf, or proportional Q here, and it will always cut off this area during the entire track. This is the traditional EQ. Now the dynamic EQ will only cut off this area once a certain threshold is reached. So whenever we are playing over a certain threshold, it will take off this frequency by this much here. So this is how a dynamic EQ works. It's actually very helpful in mastering. For example, if you have a loud element in some part that's only playing in your intro, you don't want to cut off those frequencies that you're taming there in other parts of your song. And this is when you can use a dynamic EQ. Now we want to apply this one to cut off a little bit of our clap or snare sound around 1.5 kilohertz. So we are adjusting our frequency here to 1.5 kilohertz. You can actually see this little boost whenever there's a clap playing. And this is what we want to get out now, but we got to apply it a lot more than this because right now nothing's really happening, and also we need to adjust our threshold. Let's start with the threshold down here and see when it starts moving. We are also going to use a peak bell instead of the proportional Q here. And we're bringing down the gain a lot further. This is totally exaggerated now. Let's see if you can still hear the clap. So it's very noticeable and it's way too much. We don't want to use it that much, so I'm bringing the gain now back gradually. I'm also bringing the threshold back a little here. And now this area is still a bit too wide, so we can adjust the Q here, so make it a bit more surgical. We just want to take out this part sometimes and don't affect the other parts too much. So I'm going to somewhere like 4. It's just a bit steeper here. Since it's a clap, we can also still go down in the attack time here to very short milliseconds, 4 milliseconds, for example. Compare A/B this effect. So now we are taming our clap sound a little bit with this effect. Listen back to the clap sound to hear the difference. Okay, now we've surgically taken out a little bit of this room sound in our snare or clap sound, around 1.5 kilohertz. And we are happy with that first surgical step. Even if it looks a bit extreme here, this is not what it's really doing. In the end, when it's applied, it's only applying a little bit of this. This just looks very extreme here. Don't be fooled. Compared to the visualizations of other EQs, this looks extreme, but in the end, if you listen to it, it's not that extreme. Alright, so we are going on to our next element in this mastering chain here, and this is going to be our low cut or mid-side low cut EQ, and in this case we are using Ableton effects. We're just taking the EQ8 because that's very handy for this little task, easy to do. You set it into mid-side mode here, mid-side, and now you can adjust your low cuts down here in the first node, pick up a steeper curve for the low cut. We're just getting rid of the lowest rumbling frequencies that contain a lot of power and don't really add any benefit to our track. 4 times the steepness of the usual curve is minus 48 decibels, and we're bringing this one down to only like 33, 34 hertz because a lot of the bass information of our track is sitting quite low here. It's a very low track. If you look at it. So kick and bass information is down here, so we wouldn't necessarily cut off more than needed here because then we're starting to kind of really change the instrumentals of our track. We don't want to do that. So going to the sides now and putting in the same effect here, also low cut, also 4 times the usual steepness. And again, as mentioned earlier, we are bringing that one up to around 100 because 2 reasons. We can avoid phasing issues in the stereo spectrum of our bass because in bass frequencies, the waveforms are always pretty long and can easily affect each other in their phases. And also, the second reason, human ear doesn't really perceive any differences between mono and stereo in the lowest frequencies, lower than 90 or 80 hertz. So we might as well cut off the stereo information down here. So I'm setting it roughly to 100 hertz here. And now we have a low cut mid down here and side up at 100 hertz. Okay, and let's move on to the next element. So in the next step, we want to work on the balance of our track. So the balance of the different frequency ranges, mid frequencies, low frequencies, and high frequencies, balanced nicely towards each other. But I gotta say, the source audio material here is already quite nicely balanced, so we might not have that much work here actually, but we're still going to compare to this reference track here, and we're going to use the concept of the matching EQ for that purpose. So let's load up our FabFilter Pro Q2 and drag it onto our channel of the mastering track here as well. And now go to the audio track of our reference track. Closing this one quickly. And we need to adjust something because we're going to send the output of this channel into our matching EQ. So send to mastering. Now we're sending this output to the mastering track here and especially to the stereo sidechain of FabFilter Pro Q2. So we're sending it in there. You still need to activate this track. So it picks up some audio information here. And now we can go onto our mastering channel and open up the FabFilter and go into analyzer mode here. Keep it on post because we post these two effects now, because our FabFilter Pro Q is sitting behind two already applied effects here. So post and set it into EQ match, activate it and play. So what we see here, the red line is the reference track, and the more gray line behind that one is our mastering track. And this fat white line is showing us how much of a difference we have, or should be adjusted in the EQ to achieve more or less the same balance as the reference track. So this is sort of our EQ suggestion of what we should change to sound frequency-wise and balance-wise exactly like the reference number 2. Notice that I've already taken down the reference track here by -18 to match the loudness of our mix down here in the mastering track. Okay, so if we accept these suggestions here and click on match, it will draw us an EQ curve here, suggests us to apply, and I'm going to actually bring down the number of notes. And let's keep it at 6 and log it in here. So what is this EQ suggesting? Take down some of the lowest frequencies a little more. Take down something around 400 Hertz. Bring up something around 3.5K. Going to talk about that in a minute. And then bring down some of your highest frequencies a little bit. So what is this? In our reference track, there's actually a melody, a short melody pattern playing in this area in the part that we used for the analysis. I can't play it right now due to copyright reasons, but here we have short melodic elements playing in the high frequencies around 3K, and we don't have that playing here. This is why the matching EQ suggests, hey, put something in there in your mastering track. But our track sounds a little bit different, and we don't necessarily want to put that in here because it has its own character and melodies. Also, it's using a different key. And talking about the different key, in our mastering track, we are working with a bit lower bass frequencies and bass notes than in the reference track. That one has a bit higher bass. So the reference track tells us, hey, take down this low stuff here, I don't have that. But actually we have quite a bit of bass information in this area, so we don't want to take this suggestion too serious here. Just apply it maybe a little bit, but not all the way down. Because if I now play my track with this matching EQ, it will sound a bit weird. We're losing a lot of power in the bass, and we're adding in way too much here in this area. Maybe we're even cutting off a bit too much in the highs. So you could also say, why don't you just, apply a little bit of this EQ? So say maybe just half of it or something, like 50%. But still, not exactly all of this makes total sense. So we're going to set up a new instance of the Pro Q and adjust that balance a bit by ourselves, keeping in mind those suggestions here. All right, so going on, I'm deactivating the matching EQ proposition here, putting it down here, and I'm loading up another instance of the Pro Q2 next to it, and this one is activated. And we're going to put in just another slight low cut here to kind of make up for this suggestion here. So I'm dragging it in here around 30 Hertz or maybe a little bit higher, just like we did down here, just a little more, and I'm picking up a low cut. And this is what the low cut will look like right from the start. putting the Q on 1. And keeping the frequency around 32 Hertz. And now to make up for this little lost information up here, so we have a low cut here, but we are losing a little bit here around 50 Hertz, and this is actually where a lot of our bass information is already lying. Check for that actually. Boosting that back in a little. So bringing it up, maybe 2 decibels, around 50 Hertz here. And this is the difference I'm making. I can actually preview that difference here. And you got to be on good speakers with a subsystem or on headphones to actually notice this frequency down here. If you're listening to it on laptop, it might be gone totally because it's too low. Okay, so this suggestion here was a high cut, so we're going to put that in as well. I'm moving my curve up here, creating a new node with a high cut. Okay, it's going to be a high cut, and I'm picking a slope of 48 decibels per octave here, so it's a bit steeper. And we're moving it further up, and we're setting it roughly to 18 kilohertz here. So you see it here. Let's see the difference we're making. If you can still hear a lot here, you have pretty good ears. And so we're just cutting off these highest frequencies here that could be annoying. And we're putting in another element here. This time it's going to be a high shelf. Dragging that in here, so we're picking up a high shelf. Keep it at 12 decibels per octave. And I'm keeping it around -2 decibels at 16K, more or less. So let's listen into this one. So we're just taking a little bit of this highest stuff out here. It's not really needed and it's not really what we're looking for. So playing back the entire thing now. So these are very subtle adjustments in the lowest and in the highest frequencies. We also have this little suggestion here from our matching EQ, and let's see if we can find a spot where our track could need such a little cut. So I'm playing it and I'm going to play around here to find a good frequency range for it. So in this area here, we are not really getting a lot of additional information into our track. So we're able to cut that off a little bit to leave a bit more room here in those rather muddy frequencies. And we don't really have to keep them. Like the area around 300 Hertz is going to sound quite muddy sometimes. So if we can cut off a little here, we are happy to do that always, because then it's just getting a bit clearer in all these other neighboring frequencies. Okay, so let's quickly listen to the difference we made here with this balancing EQ. And if you're wondering, okay, 2 decibels, 1 decibel, and 2 decibels here, that's not a lot of changes. As we mentioned in the mastering stage, it's not about big changes because we're working with the entire track, and small changes will already affect a lot in your audio because you're always working on the sum of all tracks. So let's see how these small changes sound when A-Bing them. we have very subtle adjustments here, and throughout our mastering stage we might revisit this element here or also adjust the frequencies a little more, maybe even in the end after applying a lot of multiband compression, we're going back with the final touches EQ, adding a bit of punch back in. We got to see about that, but let's move on to the next step. Alright, so closing these two elements now, and the next element in our chain is going to be the catch peaks compressor. Okay, so going to the audio effect, and we're picking up the glue compressor here. It's built-in in Ableton, but it's also available as VST. It's from Cytomic. In this case, we are using the built-in Ableton version, and we want to catch peaks. So we're setting our attack to the shortest value that is available. In this case, this is 0.01 milliseconds. We are also setting our release time in the glue compressor here to the lowest available value, which will be 100 milliseconds, because the release down here is put in seconds. And we are setting our ratio to the highest available value, which is 10:1. And we're keeping the range at 70. We're keeping dry wet all the way up for now. And now we can start adjusting our threshold. So let's play back the track and go down in the threshold. So we're starting to move around -16, and it's starting to get more interesting around -18, -19. Let's see that we remain in the range between 0 and 5 down here. And let's try to make up for the lost gain here. So in the perceived loudness is roughly 1.4 decibels less now, so we are making up for that. And we're using the glue compressor from time to time in our masterings, but sometimes you gotta make sure it sounds good in other lower frequent parts of your song as well. So I'm going to a different area of the song, specifically to the area after the drop here. So I want to hear how it sounds here. And let's A/B it. And we're kind of getting a bit of nasty feel down in our bass here. I'm not sure if that's due to the glue compressor or what is going on. So just to be sure, let's try out a different compressor and use more or less the same settings and see if it occurs there as well. For example, we could try the Pro C from FabFilter. Pick that one up here and put it in. I'm putting this one into bypass mode. And this one is always quite clear, so I want to try the same settings here. Picking up a ratio, this knob here in this case, of 10:1, roughly. And shortest possible attack. Release was at 100 milliseconds, so I'm going down to 100 milliseconds roughly here as well. I'm undoing the auto gain here. So we have our own gain knob, and also our range is all the way up. Knee remains the same, and let's adjust the threshold and also go down to like -19.7 roughly. Yeah, we also got to make up for the lost gain here. So I'm putting the wet gain up, roughly 1.4 decibels here as well. It's the inner circle. The outer one is the panning. So make sure you're on good headphones or on good sub speakers, because now we're going to A/B this thing here. It's kind of critical that you have a good system to really hear what's going on here. Okay, playing back to FabFilter now. Switching to the glue compressor. Back to FabFilter. The Pro C seems to deal with those low frequencies a lot better than the glue compressor in this case, so I would suggest we are going on working with this one here and deactivate the glue compressor for now. Doesn't seem to fit too well here, but I still want to go back into my other part we were playing before and see how the Pro C deals with that one. It certainly doesn't sound worse here, so we can move on with this compressor here. Additionally, another cool feature of the Pro C is if you open up sidechain down here, what you can do, you can actually cut out the lowest frequencies from the triggering process. So if I activate this low cut here, what happens is it ignores the lowest frequencies when triggering the compressor. So remember, in the first part of this course, we were talking about putting in low cuts to remove energy we don't really perceive, but that is triggered by our compressor thresholds and gets them moving before we actually want to apply them in, for example, mid or higher frequencies. With this sidechain here, we can take out the lowest frequencies from the triggering process and apply our compressor more nicely in the mid and higher frequencies. So this could be very beneficial. And especially in this step where we're trying to catch the peaks over all the frequency ranges of our track, not only in the kick section, because the kick might be actually fine to get through here, but we want to look for peaks in the mid frequencies, in the higher frequencies, in the highest frequencies, and catch those guys. So not trigger the peaks in the lowest frequencies, but look for peaks in, our instruments that are playing back, and also our snares and claps and hi-hats that are playing back, and catch those with this Catch Peaks FabFilter Pro C compressor here. So a very nice feature with leaving out the lowest frequencies from the triggering process and adding them back in after the compression has taken place with the remaining signal. So let's apply it. Okay, we should be actually able to see this at work if we are looking at the gain reduction here of the compressor. I'm playing it back with the sidechain applied. So we have a gain reduction of -3.6 here. And if I take this out and also process and trigger the lowest frequencies, let's see at what gain reduction we are arriving at. It's right away there, -5.9. So there's more gain reduction when we're leaving those lowest frequencies through here. And we're focusing more on getting those out here. So taking them out and focusing more on the higher peaks here in the higher frequency ranges and reducing less. And another important information when, catching peaks, a short attack time like this one, if we apply it on our lowest frequencies, might not be that beneficial, because fast attack times are more useful on higher frequencies, but those low frequencies with their longer waveforms might react in an unwanted way to such short attack times here. So gotta be aware of that as well. Okay, another thing before we go on, now that we've taken out those low frequencies and we have less gain reduction here overall, we can actually put our threshold a bit higher up to catch a bit more peaks in the highest frequencies now that the lowest one don't disturb the triggering process anymore. So let's see how far we can get out here. And this preview button here is also very interesting because it will show you the difference you're making with this compressor at the moment. And here you can really hear the peaks you're cutting out right now. Very interesting. Now listen to this. So I gotta say, this Pro C2 is a very, very cool tool. Gives you so much possibilities, and you can, like, this function down here is just awesome. So now we were able to catch more peaks in the mid and high frequencies here than with triggering the lowest ones as well. All right, so now that we've showed this concept here, we can actually take our ratio a little bit back because 10:1 is quite an extreme value. So I'm going to bring it back a bit while listening to the audio. Always checking back here with the gain reduction. Now we're going down from 6 point something to 5.5 more or less. So we are at 6:1 in the ratio now, and you see with the high melodic element it was kind of triggering a bit higher here into 5.4 from 5.0. We're triggering those high elements now as well. We can still listen one more time back to the difference we're making. So smoothing out everything a bit more with this catching peaks compressor here. So let's go on to the next element. All right, so going on, I'm closing the C2 here, and our next element in the chain is going to be a multi-band compressor. I'm picking up Pro MB, FabFilter Pro multi-band compressor, and load it up here. I'm putting it a bit to the center. And now the idea is to tame our melodic elements from the track a little bit in the mid frequencies and in the higher frequencies, because I have this melody playing bop, 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 and just walks through the frequency range here, and we want to kind of flatten it just a little bit so it's not that peaky anymore. Let's play it back. So this is what I'm talking about, this little melodic element. How do we start out with our multiband compressor? Don't be afraid of using presets. We can actually just pick up one of our basic free full bands presets, which is more or less an empty preset here, not too much going on. Standard values applied. It overlaps at 250 here, and it overlaps at, well, it crosses over at 4K here. We're putting this one a bit higher to 5K, as our melody is playing up to these frequencies here. But it's not playing too far down. It's not really playing until 250 down. And since I don't want to touch the bass frequencies and the lower mids here too much with this multiband compressor, I'm actually going to drag this up to around 500 Hertz in the crossover. So I can use the mid band now to affect my melodic patterns. I can use the highest band here to affect my hi-hats and, ride sounds and cymbals and stuff like that. And I'm actually not really going to use the lowest band. So if I click on this knob, I'm just going to bring the threshold up to 0 decibels, so it's never really triggering anything. And you see the yellow line is not moving at all in the lowest band here. I'm just leaving these frequencies alone by themselves. But I want to compress the mid frequencies a little bit, and I want to compress the highest frequencies a little bit. So I'm going over to our mid band here, where we have by default a threshold of -18, range of 6 decibels, and tag and release around 20 and 20%, and an output of 0 decibels. And now let's try to figure out how we can set this up. I'm actually going to listen to it in solo mode, I think. And let's bring down the threshold a little bit to trigger it a bit further down. I'm keeping it at 28 here. And let's take a look at our release. The line hops a bit nervously around. Okay, and it's getting a bit better if we are setting our release time a bit longer here, around 40% in the release. Attack time. I'm taking a bit shorter for these melodic elements, and now let's try to tweak the range a bit further. Yeah, it's actually nice if we pick up a little more, even of those quieter elements. This is without the multiband compressor applied here. So we're reducing a little bit dynamics here, getting the elements, all of them a bit more heard, which is actually nice. But now we gotta adjust for the lost gain. So I'm bringing the output level up a little. Yeah, we're almost there. Maybe just a little more. It's always a bit perception thing here. Okay, let's listen to everything together again. So we're taming our mids a little bit in those peaks, but also we are picking up those lower elements in the background a little more, which actually sounds nice and gives a nice warm feel to the track here. Sometimes it might be a bit tough if you're a beginner to really hear the differences that compressors make, because your ears are simply not too used to listening to those details. So what you can do in this case is just, put the mix from 100%, like of the entire effect here, a bit up to hear it in more extreme values. Because then it should be easier for your ear to distinguish between the, little bit of put in signal and a lot of signal applied. So let's try that out here. So you're having your mids stand out way nicer here. I'm bringing it back to 100% in the mix because I don't want to apply it that much. We are in the mastering stage and we always just want to do subtle adjustments. So actually, let's just put in 100 here and go to our highest band now and adjust that one. quickly going to solo this one as well. Actually, never the best idea to play with your highest frequencies in solo, because if you go back to listening to everything later, you will be almost, deaf to those differences because you're so used to listening to high frequencies. It will simply sound like something with a high cut on it. So let's play it in the mix here and adjust our range. And I'm actually going to keep attack and release values at 20% here. And on a general note, if you're wondering why do they actually put like attack and release here in percentage values in the FabFilter Pro MB compared to like milliseconds, for example, in a compressor like this one down here. Now the thing is, we are in a multi-band compressor here. Basically, the attack and release knobs behave very different in the highest frequency bands compared to the mid frequencies and the low frequent band. But you're still able to move this seamlessly around through the frequency range. So it's very hard to put in milliseconds values here. That's why they put in percentage values. So 20% up here is not the same value as 20% down here and here. But let's dial in some fitting values here into our upper band. Now at this threshold here, we are losing a bit of gain, so I'm bringing the band level up a bit more here. Let's try to figure out a good value. Always listen on the right, try to focus your ear on the right and you will notice what's going on. Okay, that seems to be a good compensation here. So we're at threshold -27, picking up a bit of our high frequency signal here at a range of -9 decibels with an attack of 20% and a release of 20%. And we are increasing the output by roughly 1.7 decibels here to make up for the lost gain. All right, so putting the mix up to 200 here to make it even more obvious. Really try to focus your ear on the right here and on the bump, 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 bump melody here in this part. And I'm going to A-B this element now, switching it on and off down here. So with the MB, we have a lot more presence in the mid frequencies and tamed those melodic elements up here a little. And we have also a lot more presence with the high elements up here. But at 200%, it's just too much. So I'm going to bring it back to 100 here because we want to apply it slightly. Maybe you are able to hear it now as well when A-Bing it. So summing up, we're leaving our bass alone. We're not doing anything here. We are reducing the dynamic range in the mid frequencies, resulting in more presence of the elements and tamed melodic elements. And we're doing the same thing with our highest frequencies up here. And let's move on to the next element. And dragging it onto the master channel, it's a digital remodeled version of an analog compressor, and actually there are a lot of companies that have a digital version of it, but we're going to check out the Waves version here. It just adds this analog feel to your track, and actually it also kind of introduces a little bit of noise when you put it on. So if you take a look at your metering, for example, and you look down to the spectrum here, it's moving. Even if we're not playing anything, it's very low. We're at minus 90 decibels down here somewhere. But still, if we take it off, nothing's moving here. So we have a little bit of noise that's already introduced by this thing. So putting it back on, let's try to just put it slightly in here on the sum of our audio signal. And before we get started, you can always bring the gain down a bit here. It's always quite loud by default, so I'm just going to bring it down to 30. And then we play it back and adjust it accordingly. And now we also want to work on our peak reduction. Let's play it back and adjust it on the go. So at 42, we almost have no movement here. Going to -2 is a bit too much for my taste. I just want to have it slightly working here, maybe up to 1 or something. So let's bring it back up here. So it's just subtly in here. It's more a question of a feeling and of personal taste. If you don't like it, just leave it out. It's not really compulsory to do that at this stage. But actually, there's one thing I quickly want to show you with this compressor. Now talking about the noise again, if I'm going to a section where we are playing only our kick and bass, like this one here, if you listen to it loud enough and you're playing the CLA 2A and you're putting up your level, you will hear the noise it introduces. And this is especially true if you have a limiter working behind it. So now we're going on to the next element. As I said, this is optional. If you don't like it, just leave it out. In the next step, we're picking up another instance of our Ableton compressor quickly, because that one is quite nice in its overview. And I'm just going to set it to the activity view here. I'm going to take off the makeup gain. And now after all the flattening and dynamics reduction that has been done in the previous steps, we want to make sure we're still keeping a bit of punch in our track. So we're going to use this compressor to add punch back in there. So how are we going to achieve this? I'm going back to our main part here that we selected between 91 and 95. And in the activity view, we can actually see the curve we're affecting down here. And what we want to do now is bring the attack time up a little, because before using the compressor, we want to leave transients of our signal through. So we're leaving these transients here through, for example, the harsh ones, and we want to emphasize a little bit on them. So I'm bringing the attack value up to something around 50 milliseconds, maybe even more. After our threshold is reached, we are still waiting another 58 milliseconds until we fully kick in the compression. And during that time, our transient has the opportunity to stand out. And also we are going to take a bit longer release down here, maybe around 100 milliseconds. And also to make the effect really obvious, I'm going to increase the ratio so it's even easier noticeable. We are bringing it back a little later, but let's play around the threshold and see the effect. And A being it, now I have to bring my output back up here. Well, 2.8 should be enough here, or should be good enough. Let's listen to the difference we are making here. If I totally exaggerate the effect, it's getting kind of stampy. So it's stamping around here, and we don't want to have that. We just want to have a tiny bit of emphasis on our transients. So let me bring back the threshold a little more. It's very noticeable if you're listening to the interplay between kick and snare, if I A-B the compressor. So this is a very handy tool if you want to add punch back into a track, for example, if it's lacking or you kind of compressed it out of it. This is the way to go. And now we want to bring back the ratio a little bit. Okay, and also we just want to use this effect in a bit softer way. So I'm putting in the parallel compression here. I'm not applying all the effect on all the signal. I'm just going to mix a bit of the original signal with a bit of the applied effect. So I'm bringing the dry wet down gradually. I'm keeping it at roughly 38%, mixing that, adding Punch Compressor in here, and let me quickly just put in the name. Okay, so we are getting closer to the final steps in our mastering chain, and after this add Punch Compressor, we can actually think of putting in exciters, saturators, or imagers, or a couple of those more creative tools. And I actually want to try out an exciter at this step. So going to the plugins, exciter, and we can take the Ozone 7 exciter here, putting that one up on the chain. And this is what it looks like when we load it up. We put it a bit more into the center. You see the movement of the CLA compressor here already down there. So if I'm taking this off, it's gone. And this is this type of analog noise we have in the background here. And the first thing we want to do is have the exciter learn the crossover frequencies for those 4 bands: lowest frequencies, low mids, mid frequencies, and high mids here. So I'm playing it back. Alright, so these are the pre-selected frequency bands the exciter came up with, and now down here we have a couple of different modes we can try out, but first we need to set up the amount of excitement on the different bands to actually be able to hear something. So I'm just going to put this one up to 5, and this one maybe to 4, and this one to 2, I'll say 4 here, and this one to 2. Or something. This is not what we're going to do in the end. We're going to apply it a lot less, but just to make the effect more obvious, I'm using those more extreme settings here. Okay, let's try out those different modes. Okay, we can put the amount up a little more to make it even more obvious here. So I'm setting the to more extreme values. let's keep it at triode here and work with that one, bypassing it just to have you listen to it again. Now this obviously is way too much. We just want to put this very slightly in here. Just trying to achieve a bit more brilliance on our track. We're not going crazy here, so I'm taking these amounts down a lot. Maybe this one around 4.5, this one around 3, this one around 2.5, and this one around 2 or something. And I'm also going to bring down the values for those mix parameters here, because at this stage it's more about showing the technique. I don't really want to excite on this track here too much, but I want to show you what is possible theoretically at such a stage here. So let me bring those values down fairly to low values here. You can hear it quite well again in the right, for example, if you listen in. And also in our offbeat hi-hat, for example. Listen to the offbeat hi-hat again. So we're going to keep it like this here, and we'll have a look at another element you can use at this stage. So this is the exciter you can put in to add a bit more brilliance. And now we're going to take a look at another creative tool we can use here, and that's going to be the imager. And I'm picking up the Ozone 7 imager, also called stereo exciter, or some tools are called stereo processor, for example by Melda Productions. So this is our stereo imager here, and again we have 4 different bands for low, mid, and high frequencies here. And again, in the first step we're trying to learn. And also, if you're wondering what is going on here, again, this is our noise from the compressor. Turning it off, no movement here. Turning it on, we have a little bit of movement already going on. So playing back the track now and learning. Okay, so these are crossover frequencies right now, and okay, we are talking about stereo imaging here. So what we can do is bring our lowest band, our bass frequencies, down quite a lot, because we want them to be in mono actually down there. So I'm bringing this down to -100 actually. And with my other 3 bands, I'm just going to increase the stereo spectrum slightly, but actually not too much, because at the end there's still going to be a club track, and sometimes we're playing it back on mono systems, so we don't want to boost it too far out into the stereo spectrum, because then we're risking some elements not being audible in the club. And also you got to be aware, if we're listening to this one and we're putting it to a bit more extreme values, we can actually double up the upper sound of our kick. So let me increase band 3 and 4. So this could be way too much now, so I'm bringing it back. And just be aware, don't boost it up too high because of the mentioned problems you could be getting. So I'm just bringing them back down here to 16 and 19 or something, and going to A/B it one more time. So I just boosted band number 4 another time, and now it's very obvious if you're listening to the highest elements like that right sample, for example, also the highest cymbal elements, they're really walking into the stereo spectrum. So listen to the cymbal sounds. So if you want to widen these elements in your track, bring that one up. But right now here I want to apply it a lot less, so I'm just going to bring it up to something around 20. Alright, so now we're entering the final stage here in our mastering process and in our mastering chain. This was our stereo imager from a last video, and now I've loaded up another EQ8 next to it, and I've also put in an L2 in the end. And from our metering group here, what we see here is our isotope inside showing us the levels here and the LUFS. So we can analyze the increases in the loudness that are going to take place now, because this is going to be our goal in this stage. Playing back what we have so far. Now we're taking a look at our limiter and then bringing down the threshold. You see gain reduction starts to take place here when we hit around 13. I'm trying to bring it down a bit more. Okay, now it's starting to get a bit messy in our bass frequencies, and bass overall still a bit too loud. So what we can do in our final touches EQ now, we can just take those bass frequencies down a little bit. So I'm selecting low shelf down here, and I'm just going to bring it down a little bit here, maybe -2 decibels. And now that we've adjusted the gain here, we can actually bring the threshold down a bit further now. Yeah, and actually we can go easily 2 more decibels down here. And if we're taking a look at our LUFS, we are arriving at fairly interesting values here already. So 8.5, 8.1, these are fairly loud values for this type of genre in your average loudness. And if we take a look at the attenuation here, it's not too crazy in the amounts of gain reduction, so this is still fine. And now what we see here is the true peaks, so we still have a little bit of clipping in our true peaks here. So we're just making sure we're bringing our output ceiling a bit down to adjust for that. I gotta say, personally, I like to put it back a little bit up here, because you don't really need to push it up that much in this type of genre here. And also, this track here has a lot of very low bass sounds, and you don't want to make it that loud in this case, because you might be starting to lose those elements here when limiting. So just bringing it back up a little here. Still keeping the LUFS around 10 here, which is absolutely enough in this genre. Okay, so I personally would keep it here for now. And now it could be interesting if we compare our mastered version with our pre-master, so the mixed version, before applying any effect. But now the problem is this one is a lot quieter here, so we need to figure out a way how to, get them closer together. Because if I'm playing back this one, we are at we're at 24 LUFS. Taking the rough difference here and bringing this one down -15 to have them play more or less at the same loudness, and increasing my level here, taking a look into it. So our mastered version sounds a lot more balanced, and on top of that, it's a fair bit louder than the mixed version. Going back to the mastered version, bringing that up back to 0. Okay, in the next part, you can listen to the complete mastered version of this track. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the mastering of this track. Again, we have our mastering template loaded up with metering group here with our mastering track, the one we're going to apply all our effects on. Here's our pre-master to compare it later. And down here we have our reference track. In this case, we're performing all steps with FabFilter plugins, and we're starting on our mastering track with the FabFilter Pro Q2. And we're applying our low cuts here. So first I'm setting it into mid-side mode down here. And now I'm selecting one of those lower nodes here. And I'm picking up a low cut. And I'm taking the frequency to around 35 Hertz here. And I'm setting it to mid. So this should be affecting the mono signal here. And I'm also bringing up the Q. So our curve now looks more or less like this. Actually, let me take off those little tooltips here. And now we're going to roll off low and below 35 Hertz here, but we are going to make it with a steeper curve. I'm setting it to 48 decibels per octave, so it's even steeper here. Again, I'm performing the same task on the side. So picking another one, setting this one to side, and frequency is around 100 here. We are selecting another low cut and also 48 decibels per octave, cutting off on the sides here. And our band Q is at 1 again. Okay, now we're putting in a high cut as well, but a very high one. We're going to roughly 18K here. We're going to affect both the stereo and the mono signals. So I'm setting it into this mode here. And we're keeping our Q at 1. Gain is not affected. And our frequency is roughly 18.5 kilohertz. And select a steeper curve here. How does 24 look? Maybe we can take even 36 here. Alright, so this is just a basic low cut setup here, and we are also cutting a little bit in the high frequencies. Information that we are not really able to hear anyways. And now let's A/B quickly. Alright, so we have this basic step set up, and now we're going to our next element. I'm closing this one. So I'm picking up another Pro Q from my plugins here, and I'm loading it onto the mastering channel, closing this one again. And we are now sending our reference track down here into this Pro Q to use it as a matching EQ for our balancing EQ stage. So I'm putting this, I'm sending this reference track now to mastering, to this track up here, and I'm sending it into the sidechain, the second one down here. Now we have two Pro Qs on the channel. This is the second one. And now I can perform the matching EQ down here. I'm setting it into post mode because there's already one EQ applied, and we want to factor that in and treat the signal after having this one applied down here. So let's play it. So you can see our reference track is already down by -18 to match the loudness of our mastering track here, and we're more or less there. The red curve is our reference track spectrum, and the other curve is our mastering track spectrum, and the differences aren't that great here. So we have a little bit in the lowest frequencies going on. We have something here around 250 and 300, and there's a little bit here, but they're fairly close to each other actually. Those curves already match quite nicely here. We can take off a little bit in the highest frequencies here, But we got to be aware of a couple of things. For example, our reference track uses a different type of kick and bass than we are using here. So differences down here need to be taken very carefully. And also in the mids, we have a fairly loud snare playing along here, and that one could be picked up here easily as well. And also our mastering track here is playing in a different key, so there are also some differences down there already just from the instruments that are playing at different notes here. So we're just going to leave this running here without really applying the matching EQ, just to see a couple of differences. And to get this even more clear, I'm setting it into freeze mode down here, so the signal information will pile up. This little knob down here. And actually you can see here that we can take the reference track, the red line, and just make it a bit louder. Maybe 17. Going to make it a bit louder still, so I'm bringing this back here. So you see our snare elements are the ones that are kicking through here, and those are going to be caught by our compressors later, so we shouldn't worry too much about this stuff here. But maybe we're going to take a little dip here around 200 or 300 or somewhere, and also we could kind of cut it off here a little bit. And everything else just looks like something that's a bit more song related here. So we shouldn't worry too much about it. So what I'm doing now, I'm kind of taking this to medium size down here, and I'm opening another one. Okay, so this is our matching EQ, and this is the one we are going to actually use now. So I'm setting this one off the freeze mode, and I'm putting in a high cut to adjust for this down here. And we're selecting a steepness of 48 decibels per octave here, around 17k hertz. And we're affecting the stereo information. And maybe we will take another look at this part in our final touches EQ session later. Also, we talked about this part down here where we could take off some information, but let's play back our audio. So I think we can take off a little bit here. It's a little muddy, so we just roll it off a little bit, or well, 2.6 is actually already quite a lot on the master, but like, what is the difference we are making here? We're having a Q of 1, we're having a gain reduction of minus 2.6, and we are at frequency 290. We're just rolling off a bit of the muddy stuff here. And you don't really miss too much when you bypass it or play it along. Okay, so let's move on to the next element. Okay, closing the elements. The next one we are going to put in is a catch peaks compressor, and we are picking up the FabFilter Pro C2 here. Nice compressor, and we are putting it into the middle, keeping it in clean mode. Actually closing this one, we're keeping it in clean mode. And let me actually quickly take off the tooltips again. And we're selecting a fairly high ratio of 10:1 here. And we are picking up a very fast attack for our catch peaks setting. And release time around 100 milliseconds. Again, auto gain off. We don't want the auto gain to be adjusted here. And threshold will be adjusted by us manually now. And also we want to open up the sidechain down here and make sure we are passing through some of the lowest frequencies down here to make sure our threshold is not triggered too much by our kick. So I'm just taking this on because we want to treat those mid frequencies and those higher frequencies with those snare sounds and all that. We don't want to focus too much on the bass and the kick down here. So with the default threshold, we're already fairly in. I'm bringing it back a little, still playing around here. And this is our preview mode. We can listen to the difference we're making here. Crazy how this little snare sound here is picked up totally by the catch peaks compressor. So it's really necessary here. I'm putting it to 16 something. So we have a gain reduction of minus 3.7 here. Let's take a listen at the AB of this effect. Just pay attention to the snare. So using this catch peaks compressor at this stage is especially helpful if your mix is still not perfect. For example, like this one. This one is a fairly rough mix and you have those snares standing out there. You have this little tom snare element standing out and the kick is also fairly loud, which is actually good because we're making future bass here and we want to have those stand out even after gluing everything together and punching it up in the mastering stage. You might not even need a catch peaks compressor, but this one at this stage here is really helpful. So mix is not perfect. We can still catch some peaks and kind of smoothen it out a little bit. Okay, so the next element we're picking up is our Multiband Compressor Pro MB, because after catching those peaks at this stage, we want to make sure we're balancing all our different regions nicely towards each other. So the bass, the mids, and the high frequencies. So we're selecting one low band here and we're going all the way down and maybe have a crossover around 120, just like the Ableton multiband compressor does. And now we're adding in a second band here, having that one run until 2.5K. just like the Ableton one would do. And we're adding an upper band, taking care of the rest. So now we want to compress and balance all these different areas here individually, and we're starting with our bass band a little bit down here. You see there's actually already movement because our threshold is already kicking in. But now we are in our bass frequency, so we want to make sure we are taking a very slow attack here because we want just to slightly pick it up in the end and have quite a bit of inertia in our bass. So I'm putting it up. I'm also putting up the release. So we're leaving our transients through in the bass. Trying to play around with the threshold. Make sure you're on headphones or on good sub-speakers now when we are soloing the lowest band here. So just a gentle touch for the bass. I'm making a little bit of an increase here in our level, but just like hardly 1 decibel. So it's just gently touched here, and we're going to the mid band, and I'm sure I'm going to pick up a longer release time here. So now I'm soloing this part, but the treatment is off, and this way the treatment is on. So for the loss and gain, we need to treat the level of the mid band. Well, now you could do even more, but we just want to apply it gently here. Just squeeze it a little bit together, but since we're in the mastering stage, we are not going to apply it like crazy. Just a gentle bit of compression in the mid band, and going over to our high band now. We're looking for shorter attack times now for sure, so I'm going down to roughly 10%. Let's solo this part as well. Output up a little. Can actually increase the range a little bit further. A bit less. Let's bring the threshold back here. It's a bit too high. You will notice that when it starts to sound like a filter on your high frequencies, then it's just too much. For example, if I exaggerate the effect here with the threshold. It even looks like a filter. Now, if you look at the orange line here, you will see it's just always down. It's pressed down with such a low threshold. So we're keeping it around 20. Okay, let's A/B the whole thing. Well, it's a subtle effect. It's just squeezing everything in the three bands a bit more together. Let me exaggerate the effect by putting it in 200% instead of 100%. Now it's quite heavily applied and I'm bringing it back, of course, to 100%. And now by compressing the single bands individually, it's just balanced out a little bit nicer than before. And we prefer doing it subtly here because we're going to go on with a couple more compressors afterwards. Every single one adding just a slight bit of touch to the track here. So again, following the rule, take more elements and apply them subtly, instead of taking one element and applying it a lot on your master. Okay, we're picking up another compressor, the Pro C2, and we're going to add a bit of punch with this one. How can we add punch? We're taking a longer attack time, so we're leaving like 60 milliseconds through without really starting to treat them fully with our compressor. And then we are picking a longer release time here because we're in future bass, and even if it says 140 beats per minute here, we are actually playing at 70 because we're only taking every second beat. Taking the auto gain off. And now I'm picking a higher ratio here, 6:1. This is the difference we are making. I'm taking the threshold down a bit further. So if we take it down this far, it's highly exaggerated and it really just focuses on beat and snare, for example. So I'm taking it back up to around 20. And also we want to make use of this little nice feature down here where we can ignore the lowest frequencies in our frequency information for the compression. So we're not triggering it with the threshold. I'm activating 100 Hertz down here. So we're passing this information down here through. So I'm activating this node down here, but bringing it down a little further to around 60. So we're passing through this information down here without affecting our threshold. And then we're applying our compressor and then we're adding it back in after the compressor. We have a little bit of gain reduction here, so we're just going to put up our wet gain to maybe 2.3 decibels up here to adjust for this gain reduction we had. Can put it up even higher than that. Okay, it appears to be a bit louder, but then again, we have a bit of gain reduction here. So let's just keep it around 2.5 here. So we're using this compressor here to add a little bit of punch, but we also need to notice that we are hiding a little bit of the punch feel in our big and fat pads that are playing along. And actually, it's good these pads haven't been made too loud in the mixing stage, because when we are adding compression in the mastering stage and you have very loud pads already from your mixing stage, it's very difficult to make your drum elements and, punchy elements stand out on top of these pads. So this is why it's always quite handy, for example, if you're making a future bass track, just exaggerate your drums a bit in the mixing stage because you will even it out in the mastering stage. Okay, we're going to add another compressor in here, mostly for educational purposes. We're only going to apply it slightly here, but it's a nice technique and it will show you how you can add a little bit of sustainy feel into your track. We are going to put in a moderate setting, ratio at 4:1. I'm actually going to bring that one down, so it's very slightly applied. We're keeping it in clean style. We're not using any of these other settings here. Attack shot, because we want to apply almost everything, just give those transients a chance to cut through. And let's play it. Now listening to the difference, we hear the long tail playing along, and this is what we are shooting for. I'm actually going to set it to auto release now. So plugin is looking for the release time, the optimal one itself. I'm putting off the auto gain. We have a gain reduction of 2.6 here, and let's make up with 2 decibels more or less. And you can hear it if you listen to this long bass sound, for example. If you focus your ear on the long bass sound, there you will have a little bit of the difference we are making here. Okay, so this is how you set up a sustain adding compressor. Short attack time, longer release. This is actually auto release, but this will go fairly over 100 milliseconds. And threshold moderate, ratio also moderate. If you want to add a lot of sustain, of course, you're going up with these values here. And to just give another idea or illustration of this concept, just imagine yourself sitting in front of a piano and you're playing a couple of keys and chords and you hit the sustain pedal with your foot. So this is actually what we are trying to achieve here. Just make the sound a bit warmer, a bit longer, a bit more lasting, and kind of also increase the overall gain. And we can also exaggerate the effect again by putting our mix to 200% here. So we are adding in a lot more sustainy feel, and it's just overall even more powerful in the perception. I'm putting it back to 100 exactly here by putting in the value. It's kind of difficult to put them in with the mouse. And now we can go on to the next step. And now we're entering the stage of our mastering process where we can put in some creative effects, for example, like saturators, exciters, or stereo imagers. I'm picking up the fabulous Saturn here, a saturator, and we're going to look for a fitting preset in mastering. Just pick up one called More Exciting. And let's play it in. Without it. Okay, so this is definitely more exciting. There's a lot more high frequency action going on and, well, it's too much. So let's check those different bands here. All right, so this is probably going to be the band we have to adjust, but let's just check for the other ones. Drive is down here. Drive is fairly down low here and here as well. So what we need to adjust is this one here. So let's bring this drive value down a fair bit. And we want to keep a little bit of drive, so I'm keeping it around 43%, but now I'm bringing down the overall mix for the entire plugin. So let's just play around with this mix knob here. I keep it at 30% to be honest. I think it sounds nice here. Let's keep it in there. And we just apply a little bit of drive in the highest frequency band here. All the other ones aren't really doing that much. And we're just mixing that plugin around 30% into our master. So adding in saturation at this stage could be an interesting instrument for your mastering. Another creative effect that might be interesting at this stage, but is fairly optional, is the reverb. So I've put in the Pro R reverb here. It's a really cool reverb plugin by FabFilter. And I have a very short setting here, so it has super short decay time. And now we can just try out how it sounds if we're adding a little bit of depth or space into our track. Just play around with it. Right now the mix is at 100% here. And for example, if I increase the space, but what about adding in this very short decay time, but just a little bit? So right now the mix was at 100%, and now I'm going down. Always listen to the snare if you want to identify the effect, or maybe you have another favorite sound to listen to and identify the reverb here. So it could be an interesting element if you mix it in like 5% or some very small amount. And also it depends a little bit on what type of music you're making. You wouldn't necessarily do it in techno, but maybe if you're producing more radio kind of music or some rock music, this could be interesting. So just keep in mind at this stage in the mastering process, you could also think about mixing a little bit of reverb into it. All right, so let's go over to the next step. Okay, now we're entering the final step here. After our last elements, Saturn and Pro R, we're adding in this Pro Q up here. So another EQ for our final touches, as we've done it before. And behind that, we have our Pro L, our final limiter here on the mastering chain. And also I put in one of our isotope insight metering tools that is lying on our total group up here on the metering group. So this thing is on the metering group, measuring everything, and the other two elements, EQ and this Pro L, are on our mastering track here. And the first thing we want to do is go back to our reference track and check for the average loudness of that track and try to see if we can approach that value. So I'm playing back the reference track. Since it's copyrighted material, I need to turn it off for you guys, but if you're interested, we are playing Stay for a While by Virtual Riot here, and you can load it up in your own project if you're interested in measuring it yourself. So we're seeing a couple of things here. We are arriving at super loud 4.7 LUFS, but we have a little bit of true peak here as well. And now let's try to approach our track to its limits. So I'm putting it into solo, our track, and I'm loading up our limiter. So without any crazy distortions going on, we're arriving somewhere at 6. But now we could go ahead and go back to our final touches and gain a little more by decreasing our highest frequencies a little and our lowest ones. Two options. You could think of bringing back your FabFilter Saturn here that increased our saturation in the high frequencies quite a bit, or we just go down with a high shelf here, put this into high shelf mode and maybe just take off a little bit around 1 decibel here, and we're going to a frequency of roughly around 5. Let's actually set it into 6 decibels view here, 3 decibels, so we see a bit better what we're doing here, and try it out. Yeah, it's totally doable. Maybe we can go down a bit further down here to 4.5. And let's also pick up a low shelf down here, low shelf, and bring it down 1 decibel as well. So we're gaining a bit more headroom to be able to push the limiter up to higher values here. So I'm putting this below 100 Hertz, like 1 decibel down. Let's actually dial in the value here, -1. Because also our reference track down here is not focusing too much on those low frequencies. In more modern future-based type of masterings, the lowest frequencies are kind of cut out a little, and it's all focused more on the mid and high frequencies and boosting them out a lot here. So let's go back to our limiter now. To be honest, I would never go higher than this, or maybe that's already a bit high, but just if you want to see this 4.7 from the reference track, let's just go there and see how it sounds there. So the bass at this stage is not too much fun anymore, so I would keep it lower. If you want to make it real loud, I'd probably not go higher than 13.9 or 14 here, maybe even a bit less. At this stage, another approach could actually be using two limiters after one another and using different algorithms to try to achieve your goal. For example, the new Ozone 7 limiters and maximizers have different algorithms you could try out at this point. But I'm kind of happy with the result here. I'm keeping it around 13.7 or something here, and take another look. Okay, and to put this back into perspective, now we're so loud. We're already like 7 dBs louder than what Spotify, for example, is using to put music on their streaming platform. So in the perception, we are double as loud as these tracks are put on those platforms. So you could really go down to less crazy values here and still have a great sounding record. Okay, now we are taking a look at our true peak levels here and maybe also at our output and intersample peaks. So our true peaks here say 1.5, so we could activate our intersample peaks to see it actually here as well. They kind of agree with each other, and now let's just bring the output down by 1.5 maybe to adjust for these true peaks. Alright, so now that we've adjusted our output level at the limiter around 1.5 for those true peaks or intersample peaks here, let's play it back once more and see if we are still in trouble here. It's all looking pretty good. We could adjust for those peaks here, and we're now at an output of minus 1.5, but still we are heavily limiting our audio here, so this is still fairly loud if you take a look at the LUFS. Okay, so let's move over to the next video where we're going to listen to the entire mastered track with this chain on. So let's set up our mastering chain here for this track. So we go to our master track, open it up, double click, and we can drop audio effects here from our audio effects. And the first element of our chain will be an EQ. So select EQ8 and drop it down here. And we're putting in a low cut for the lowest frequencies. We're cutting some of them off. Go to this 4 times the slope and drag it up to around 41 Hertz. So we're cutting off everything below that because we don't need that frequency information. We're actually putting it into mid-side mode. And now we're treating the side. Select another low cut here. Very steep. Activate it. And now we're going to bring that up to around 90 Hertz. So the stereo bass signal is being cut off around 90 Hertz because our human ear can't tell the difference between mono and stereo in the lowest frequencies. So there's no need to pile up our audio information with stuff we don't hear. So we're leaving headroom here and going back to mid-side. Okay, setting it back to mid. And in the next step, we are going to catch some peaks. And for that purpose, we are picking up a glue compressor here. And let's actually look for the preset called Catch Peaks. This one, and drag it behind the EQ8. And let's play our chorus part. So this preset has a very short attack time, so it's trying to catch like the initial transients, pick them up as well, and treat them with the compression here, with a very short release and a high ratio. So this one is really focusing on harsh transients. I'm bringing down the threshold now to make it happen, make it apply. We don't want to cut too much here because like this song is kind of relying on peaks. Those pum, 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 those stabs are like heavy peaks and we don't want to cut them off. So just apply it gently here. But now we are going to put up the makeup gain, so increase the overall loudness after the compressor. Because we actually still have a lot of headroom left. We're not going to apply this Catch Peaks compressor fully. We're going to set it into parallel compression mode, and that's why we take down the dry wet. So we're leaving a bit of original signal through without treatment and half of it being mixed in with this compression. Okay, now we're going to add in a multiband compressor. So pick up the multiband dynamics here. And this one is basically 3 compressors in one, just like this one, but for every, like for the highest frequency band, for the mid frequency band, and for the lowest frequency band here. Well, we can split those frequency bands, and right now the turnover here is at 2.5 kilohertz between high and mid frequencies. If I open up the frequency spectrum from the EQ here. So that means everything above 2.5K here, this area is being treated with these controls. Everything here in the middle is being treated with these controls. And the lowest area is being treated with these controls here. And actually, I can see that a lot of the bass is happening below 90 Hertz here. So I'm taking this down to 91.5. And you can now actually see it. When the kick is not playing and the bass is gone, this band is completely leaving the scene. So we are really treating our bass here, and we are treating our mids and highs with the other two. Now let's go to above mode here, where we actually can select our thresholds and ratios, and start with the highest band and bring down the threshold. But actually put a bit of ratio in here before, something like 1 to 1.6, so we have something going on. And as soon as the yellow dot is leaving the orange line, we are already applying the compression and it was actually already audible. I'm going to exaggerate it a little bit so you can hear it. We still want to do it gently, so I'm keeping the threshold around -23 and the ratio 1.7 or something. And let's go to the mid band. And bring the ratio up to 1.6 or 7 and drag down the threshold. We're also going to apply it just gently here, so 21, and lowest band. Also put in a ratio of 1.5 maybe. It's very gentle compression here. Like, this mix is already pretty good, so we don't want to mess that up. We just want to like balance between the highest, the mid and the low frequencies, achieve a nice balance. And that's what you have in mind when you're using this multiband compressor. And I'm also going to set it into parallel mode, so I'm leaving a bit of original signal. I'm just mixing this in here to achieve a bit more balance, frequency, range filling. So this one is now very gently applied. I want to keep it that way for now, but I just wanted to show you the technique, how you can use it in mastering. And for example, if you have the feeling your bass is a bit too low now, you can still like bring the whole lowest band up like 1 or 2 decibels with this output knob here. Exaggerating it a lot. Okay, so we're going to our next element, an EQ. EQ8. Closing this one. You can double click in this black area and then it hides again. And let's use this one to emphasize on a couple of things in the mix. For example, we want to add a little bit of presence at 1K and at around 2.5K and a little bit of higher frequencies here. So I'm putting this note around 1K, the third one here, and I'm bringing it up a little, but I'm also taking the resonance Q to something narrow. Listen to what we're actually doing here. So this is the difference between what we're doing. And let's put in note number 5 and go to 2.5. Adding a little bit of presence here, but also steeper Q, very steep, 5. And I'm putting this high shelf, number 4, I'm putting it just slightly up here. So we have a bit more higher frequency in here, 1 decibel up. can actually also emphasize a little bit down here. Q, like this. I'm at 284 and 1 decibel up. So this is somehow at the heart of our stab and just a little less. Okay, and also just boost that bass a little bit, select number 6. And a lot of our bass is happening down here below 90. And our kick is at around 70, so I'm just boosting that a little bit. But with a narrow Q and a bit less, just a little bit. Well, depending on what kind of song you have, you can emphasize on some of your most important elements. This is turning out our kick a bit more. This is turning out those mids of our stabs a bit more. This is focusing a bit more on the highest elements of the stabs. And this is adding presence for the guitar. And here we are just adding a little bit of brilliance. If you have vocals in a track, you would probably have to edit something here as well, or take off some resonant S around 6K or something. But we are now going on and we are putting in another compressor. And we are trying to add a little bit of sustain because we have all those very short hits and we're just going to add a little bit of a sustainy feel to it. So set that compressor into activity view and put the ratio quite a bit up, 5:1. And our attack time, we're focusing on sustain, not on transients. So we're leaving our transients through, 5 milliseconds attack time here. And then we are picking a bit longer release, something around 120. So it's working for a bit longer when compressing. And makeup gain off. And let's bring down the threshold. Yeah, let's go to this part here. We could exaggerate it a little. This would be a bit too much, so I'm going back. I'm just keeping it around 16.5. And back to the whole thing. So we're just trying to add a little bit of sustain to the overall mix, but now we're taking down our dry wet quite substantially to make sure we are not like, well, the extreme case would be having this fat kind of audio sausage in the end, but that's not what we're looking for. So we're just applying a couple of different elements rather gently in our mastering chain. We're not putting in one plugin that solves all our problems in one step, but we're trying to solve like problem by problem with plugin or effect by effect gently after one another. And that's kind of an often used mastering approach. And in the end, you usually put on your limiter. So we're putting on this limiter to add the last bits of loudness to our sound. And we're keeping an eye on the ceiling here, which is leaving a little bit of air The ceiling meaning we're not going up all the way to 0 decibels, but we're leaving a little bit of room here. If you're mixing for SoundCloud, make sure to put that at around -1 or something. But we're just keeping it there now. And now let's bring up the gain knob and see how much we can actually make it work. Well, 9 still works quite nicely, so that could work. Like if you go further, you will start getting distortions. Maybe there was already one, so I'm not sure. But you have them certainly at 13, so I'm going back to something like 8.5 or something. Alright, so there we are. This is our mastering chain, and we started with an EQ, roll off the low end in the middle and a bit more on the side, and then we caught peaks like attacks and transients we don't want to have stand out too much in the mix. Then we applied multiband compression to balance different bands, high frequencies, mid frequencies, low frequencies. Then we used an EQ to emphasize a little bit on specific song parts here, and then we added a little bit of sustain-y feel to the mix just gently, and in the end we increased the overall loudness of the master. Basically we're through with this chain. For now we are going to keep it this way and move on to the next video. Alright, let's do a bit of mastering, and usually you would go ahead and select all your track, and then you would export the audio, and if you send it to your mastering engineer, you wouldn't dither. You would set it to 32 bits and select wave or AIFF and then send it over, because dithering should only be applied when you're not planning on processing your audio further. So now, for simplifying reasons, I'm not exporting anything, and I'm just putting the mastering chain onto this project here on our master channel behind this effect rack. So I'm closing that one, and let's load up a couple of elements. The first one we want to load up is an EQ8, and I want to sort of clean up a little bit on our master channel before we do any more. And let's select a low cut filter here, 4 times low cut, and put that one to 38 or something. And just make sure we're not really playing those frequencies below that. And then I also want to cut a little bit around 400, the muddy parts here. Let's play one of our main parts. So I'm just slightly getting rid of a bit of that because I don't really want that in here. And I also want to put in a bit of a high shelf. So we have the 4th one here already. And let's just pull it up a bit above 5K. Not too much, maybe keep it at 1.8, should already be enough. So it's just a tad cleaner and a tad more emphasizing the high frequencies. Now we have a lot of headroom left if we take a look at the gain here. Or if we drag on a utility here and just go into the session view and take a look at the master, where does it peak? So we have -16, where there's so much headroom left. That's very good for starting our mastering. And let's drag on our mastering chain. And we actually have a tutorial on that mastering chain on our YouTube channel, but I'm going to recreate it here. So we're starting with an EQ8 and put that one into mid-side mode here. So we have the middle and the side in different controls. And now I want to put on another low cut here in the middle and put that up to 36 or something. And now I want to go to the sides, put another one of those low cuts and put that up to, well, roughly 100. Because our bass frequencies are perceived in mono, and any signal we are trying to play stereo just fills up the spectrum here without adding any benefit. So I'm just rolling those off, and then I'm slightly, subtly boosting the highs on the side here, but not too much actually. That's hardly noticeable to the human ear because we can't perceive bass in stereo down here. Below 80 Hertz, for example. Now let's take a glue compressor and catch some peaks. Open the glue compressor, go to mastering and catch peaks, this preset. And let's see how we can have it work. But actually before we go on, I kind of want to increase the level on the utility here because we have so much headroom left. So I'm putting up 8 decibels. You see we have 9 decibels headroom left, so let's catch some peaks now. We usually expect the kick and the claps to cut through. Okay, so we are catching something already. Let's make up a little bit for the lost amplitude. Alright, so in the next position we put in another EQ8, and that's usually in our mastering chain the cleaning EQ. So if something gets boosted together too harshly and we add in new muddy stuff, we can take it out at this stage, put it into headphone preview mode. I'm always trying to get rid of a bit of the 300 things here. So let's put the Q up and the gain not too far down and go to 350 maybe. That's just a slight touch here. I think 289 is a bit better to cut out here. Maybe look for another one here at 2K. Let's take another bell curve. Something at 3.6K and also put the Q to 4 or something and just a slight touch here. So usually this is your cleaning EQ, so I'm renaming this one to cleaning up after catching some peaks, and then you go on with your multiband dynamics. Usually I would use an external multiband compressor, but let's take the dynamics here. And what we're doing now is, if we open this up, we have low frequencies, mid frequencies and high frequencies, and we want to balance them relative to each other a little more. So we have a more evened out spectrum. So this is what these 3 bands are representing. And let's go to A. Which is above thresholds and ratios. So that's what we want to do. We want to take the perspective from above and then walk down. So let's go into our higher frequencies and put the ratio up so something is actually happening, maybe 1 to 2. And then we take down the threshold and see when we start affecting anything. So like this is working like crazy. So all those shakers and rides, you don't hear them anymore. So as soon as the little yellow dot leaves the orange line, you're affecting the signal. And this is already enough here. Let's go to the mid band and also select a ratio. Maybe this one could be a bit higher, not too much higher though. So let's take down the threshold as well. You see we are already affecting, and I don't want to do too much here. And let's go to the lowest frequencies, also put up the ratio here. Works like a low cut filter when you put it up that high, but let's find the right ratio here. So let's not go further than 18. You can also dry wet it in and out and make it into a parallel compressor. Let's see how it sounds without. So it's getting a bit more balanced with the multiband dynamics. So let's add in another like single compressor behind that, taking care of a bit of punch, and set it into the activity view here, and put the ratio up to 4:1. And we're going to leave some transients through the mix. So let's leave like 5 seconds of attack to have those heavy transients cut through, and put the release time to something like 60 seconds to be sure we are compressing little chunks. Yeah, also take off the makeup gain here. We're doing that later. Okay, that's already enough. And now I'm calling this one Punch Compressor. Be sure to watch our compressor video in the back to see what this thing is actually doing. And another one for Sustain. So we want to make everything appear a bit longer. And that's why we put a higher ratio, because we want to affect more of the audio above the threshold. And let's put the attack time again to 5 milliseconds to preserve the transients, but the release time is longer now. So 1:30 or something. You want to have that work longer and like affect longer parts of audio to add in more sustainy feel to the sound. Let's just bring the threshold down and see how it's affecting. Again, we need to take off the makeup. So this would be a super extreme setting. Let's bring the output back and just go up in the threshold. I'm calling this one Sustain. And you can play around with the dry wet here as well. Mixing thereby the original signal with the processed signal after the compressor. want to take this a bit less. And also take the punch a bit less. Now I know we are already in the mastering stage, but I kind of want to adjust something I exaggerated in the mixing stage. And I think I took the kick down a bit too low. So let's go back with the kick. Usually we should go back to the mixing stage and adjust for that, but let's do it here. Yeah, okay, that feels better. Also, after all those compressors, you always want to put in an EQ because those compressors even out the dynamic range, and you maybe want a bit of dynamic range in certain parts, for example, in your bass frequencies. So let's just slightly push that up a little bit. And also in your highest frequencies, you also want to emphasize a bit on those. So after all this compression, I'm always trying to come back with a bit of emphasis on our beat here and on like claps and hi-hats and stuff like that, because that's important in electronic music. And finally, we are putting on a limiter to squeeze a bit more level and volume out of this thing. And let's take the ceiling down to -1.5, because if we export this to MP3 or something, then this should be always a little bit of headroom left. Now you can increase the gain until the orange bars here show up and tell you it's probably at some stage going to be too much, but you will hear that because then tiny distortions will show up. So let's see how much louder we can get this. Let's actually go to a fuller part here. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much. Let's bring it down to 12. All right, so I would keep it here for now. We squeezed another 12 decibels out of this. So, but we started at a very low level with all this mastering, so that's not too surprising. So let's select all these guys and fold and group them and call this Giants Master. And now it would be interesting to see the difference between this mastering chain and a simple limiter. So I'm opening up this chain view here and I'm going to just add in a second chain, and that being a limiter. Let's call this limiter and this one mastering. And now we can compare those two if we try to find the right gain here for the limiter. So let's bring that up. Okay, now we can compare our mastering chain to just throwing on a limiter. So basically mastering chain versus no mastering chain. Let's see the difference. So with the limiter, it's more spacey in the spectrum, and with the mastering chain on, everything is filled up more. So those pads in the back, for example, they come through a bit more. And if you only listen to the limiter, you have more an emphasis on the drums elements. So this one just beefs up everything to a more evened out piece of audio. Alright, so in this video we created master effects on our master. We found out in the mixing stage we made a bit of a mistake with our kick. It was a bit too quiet, but since we had a project here we could adjust for that. And then I put in a utility to bring it up a little bit after cleaning some muddy stuff up. And then we introduced our mastering chain, and that one was basically containing, if we open up those elements again, unfold, you see we are cleaning up the mid-side bass frequencies to leave more space for bass information. And then we caught some peaks. And after that we cleaned up some muddy stuff introduced by compressing at that stage. And later we put in the multiband dynamics to balance between high, mids and lows. And then we put in a compressor for punch, another one for sustain, and maybe this one could always be taken down a bit further. Maybe it adds in too much of sustain here. And after that, we kind of wanted to preserve some dynamic range. So put back more bass compared to mids and put a bit more high frequencies compared to mids. And after that, we put on the limiter to squeeze out as much as possible and as much as wanted. So this is a mastering chain using only Ableton built-in plugins, and on a track almost only built with Ableton and one instance of Massive. Okay, so let's move on to the mastering stage here. We are going to create a basic mastering chain using only Ableton effects on our master channel. So we load up our master channel, and the first thing after this auto filter, which is still in effect on the complete track here, always before those drops, it moves up. Right now we are going to put in an EQ8 behind it, and that's going to be the first element of our mastering chain. If I open this up, we basically have the frequency spectrum here with the lowest frequencies, the mid frequencies and the high frequencies. And what we're trying to achieve in mastering is like a good balance between those three, or could be also more than three frequency bands or ranges, and like balance them nicely. So bass is good audible and mids are also quite audible, and high frequencies aren't too present but also not too much eaten up in the mix. So this is what we're trying to achieve. And also we are trying to increase the general loudness of the track. Well, the first thing we are doing is setting this to mid-side mode here and making sure we are putting the first note to a 4, like a steeper low cut, 4 times steeper. Well, move that, like there are different ways of doing that, but let's move that to around 35 Hertz. So we are cutting everything below 35 Hertz. You could cut even further up, maybe also to 37 or 40. And on the side, we are going to do the same thing, but activate it, but cut off more, cut off up to like 90 or something. Because stereo information below 80 Hertz is not really audible. Like the human ear can't perceive stereo below this frequency, so it doesn't make sense to put that information in here and pile up our signal, because our limiter might catch such a signal because it's digital and it's still possible to trigger it, and then it would behave differently. So we're cutting that off. Also, we are discussing a lot of these issues in our mixing course if you're interested in going deeper on the subject. So going back to mid, and now let's move up to, well, actually move up to the 8th note here, and that one also quite steep. Just bring it down somewhere here, around 18. So we're leaving a bit more of those high frequencies to the side here, leaving that open. Now the next element we are putting in here is going to be a glue compressor. So we're trying to glue this signal a bit more together. Like for example, right now we have those drum elements really standing out, and we want to like just glue everything a bit more together. So we are picking up the glue compressor and look for a preset called Catch Peaks Mastering. Drag it on here. And now let's bring down the threshold here. Like we're pretty low still in our gain, and we're trying to find a good threshold value here. So at -20 it starts moving the needle, so we are really low in the levels. We have a lot of headroom left. Okay, let's not make it too crazy. Let's keep it moving at -23.8 and bring up the makeup gain now. And we're leaving attack and release times and ratio at 10 for now. Now we caught some of the peaks and glued everything together a bit more with this compressor, and then we went back and increased the output gain of that compressor. Okay, we are picking up another EQ8 to clean. This is our cleaning EQ. I'm renaming it to cleaning. And at this point you can clean up stuff that has been glued together a bit too much. For example, around these frequencies here where you have a bit of muddy bass, I like cleaning up a little bit, always around 200 or 216, and also a little bit around like 300. Just a tad here. You can always preview what you're doing here. Let's get rid of like 300. Maybe there's something up here. Maybe around 4.5 here, but just very little. It's not that important here. So let's, after catching peaks, you've glued everything together, and maybe there's a bit exaggeration on some parts of your signal, and then you could clean that out with such an EQ here. Before you move on and add a multiband compressor. In this case, I'm adding the multiband dynamics here. And, we are working with Ableton-only effects here. In other cases, I'd probably use a different one for this purpose. Let's go and make this work. Now, this view here is flipped 90 degrees, and you have like your highest band is here, this is your mid band, and this is the lowest band. Everything below 120 Hertz will be treated here. Everything between 120 and 2.5K is treated here. Everything above 2.5K is treated here. So we're going to this view here. You can always open up to see how it's named. It's simply the above view. This is the below view, and this would be time parameters. But let's start with the above view and adjust our thresholds. And of course we need to adjust those ratios too, because if we have a ratio of 1 to 1, nothing will happen. So let's put it up to 2 to 1. And find a good threshold value here. So we're totally exaggerating on the highest band now. And it works like a high cut. As soon as the yellow line leaves the orange line, it starts working, and we're just squeezing those high frequencies together a little bit. And let's do the same thing for the mid frequencies. Putting in a ratio of 2.4. It already starts reacting here. Okay, in the lowest band, also a little bit, let's say 2.6. You can also boost bass in that way. If you turn it around here, but we want to tame the bass, so we're turning it to something like 2.5. And you can always decide how much you want to mix in. You can also put the dry wet or the amount to some value between 0 and 100, and it's just mixed in, and we're keeping some of the original signal. Overall, it's just subtly applied here to show you how to work with a multiband compressor on your master to affect those different ranges here. And now we are going to work with two more simple compressors. Like many mastering engineers agree that a better formula is using several devices and treating slightly instead of using one device and, treating a lot with it. So this is why we're doing the stepwise process, and now I'm picking up this compressor here and putting it behind it, and we're setting it into the activity view. Makeup gain off, put the ratio up to 4.4 or something, and the attack up to 5 milliseconds, so we're leaving room for transients to cut through, like our kick and snares and stuff, and release up to like 60. And I'll bring down the threshold. So this one's adding a bit of punch now. That's why I'm calling it Punch Compressor, because we're like treating chunks of around 60 milliseconds here. And now we also want to add in a bit of sustain afterwards. So the sound is getting a bit more fattened up. And activity view again, and ratio now to 9/1, and attack to 5 milliseconds again, and release is a bit longer here, like 120 or 130 or something. Makeup gain off. If all this compressor talk is really new to you, we also have a video on our YouTube channel explaining how the compressor works and what it actually does, and I recommend in that case you watch that. The video is just called How a Compressor Works on our YouTube channel, Production Music Live. Now the signal is getting quieter. I'm just putting up a utility here to make up for it. We could also use this output, but I kind of want to do it here visually. Sounds a bit more punchy with this punch compressor, but I'm just going to mix it in. Let's put it to 35. Let's keep our sustain compressor around 40. This is really a question of taste, and probably you would do it totally different, but we are seeing the approach here. We are starting our mastering chain with the EQ, putting in the low cut here, and then we are adding the catch peaks and gluing everything together. Then we are cleaning up, and then we are taming the different frequency bands here with the multiband compression. And then we're putting in a bit of punch, so focusing on, the punchy parts of the song. And then afterwards, we're trying to get it a bit fatter and focus on sustainy elements. So we are putting in a longer release time to have it treated a bit longer. And then we're moving on and we're putting in another EQ, which is going to be our final touches EQ, because after all this compression here, we might have lost a bit of bass emphasis and a bit of high emphasis. It's all glued together. So just getting a bit of bass back in there around 70 here, and then a bit of these high frequencies above 5 or 6K here with a high shelf. Okay, and in the end, we are of course putting our limiter instead of this utility here. It served as well, but now we are taking it off and we're just doing the same thing here with our gain control, but we have a ceiling at around minus 30 decibels by default in the limiter of Ableton. Sometimes if you want to use it as MP3, for example, and put it on SoundCloud, it would be probably better to keep like 1.5 or something, as ceiling, because then sometimes you get clipping on MP3s with such a low ceiling. But anyways, I'm putting it to -7. Whoops, -0.7. Leaving a bit of a ceiling, and now we can move up our gain knob to taste, to squeeze it together. Well, and usually the mastering step is performed by a mastering engineer, but in reality, a lot of times you will do just this step here in your studio or in your bedroom studio or at home or wherever. And then after you've created your mastering chain, you still have the ability to go back and tweak some of the elements that appear to be too loud now or too prominent and, just take them down. But usually in the professional production process, this is not possible. And that's why before mastering, there should be a really good mix down already prepared such that the mastering engineer doesn't have to fix stuff and can focus on making it sound great on any system, which is also another important point of mastering, making it sound great on your laptop speakers, on that radio in your bathroom, and also in the studio. And maybe also on big festival systems. So let's pick up this first EQ here, mark it, select it, and go to the limiter, select that one as well, holding Shift and group all this together. And this is our mastering group now. And we can actually, put it into chain view and compare it to just using a limiter. So I'm inserting a limiter here, a second chain, and I'm renaming this one to limiter. Now this is our chain, this is just a limiter, and if we solo this limiter and bring up the gain, now we can compare the effect of the mastering chain. Where everything sounds a lot more compressed and squeezed together with the mastering chain. The limiter would just like make it louder but keep the dynamics, and the mastering chain reduced some of those dynamics now. And now, if I could go back, I'd probably make this white noise a bit more quiet here or something. But, well, it's not that important now. But these would be things, if I would work on this track by myself, I would go back and mix it down a bit now. Well, this is our mastering session, and now we can play the whole thing as a result of this whole process. And actually we can now go ahead and like duplicate the time and have a full track playing. You can do that by selecting 17 to 65 and now duplicating the time, and then you will have a full song project here made in, I don't know, 5 hours or something. And we've touched a lot of making this type of music. Of course, there's so much more to talk about here. Probably we're going to put in a couple of bonus videos focusing on different parts of the process. You could also write an email with your feedback, like what you learned from this and what you'd still love to learn about it. And then I can see what I can do here. Well, anyways, let's go to the next session. Okay, so let's move on to the mastering stage here. We are going to create a basic mastering chain using only Ableton effects on our master channel. So we load up our master channel, and the first thing after this auto filter, which is still an effect on the complete track here, always before those drops, that moves up. Right now we are going to put in an EQ8 behind it. And that's going to be the first element of our mastering chain. If I open this up, we basically have the frequency spectrum here with the lowest frequencies, the mid frequencies, and the high frequencies. And what we're trying to achieve in mastering is like a good balance between those three, or could be also more than 3 frequency bands or ranges, and like balance them nicely. So bass is good audible, and mids are also quite audible, and high frequencies aren't too present but also not too much eaten up in the mix. So this is what we're trying to achieve. And also we are trying to increase the general loudness of the track. Well, the first thing we are doing is setting this to mid-side mode here and making sure we are putting the first note to a 4, like a steeper low cut, with 4 times steeper. Well, move that, like there are different ways of doing that, but let's move that to around 35 Hertz. So we are cutting everything below 35 Hertz. You could cut even further up, maybe also to 37 or 40. And on the side, we are going to do the same thing, but activate it, but cut off more, cut off up to like 90 or something. because stereo information below 80 Hz is not really audible. Like the human ear can't perceive stereo below this frequency, so it doesn't make sense to put that information in here and pile up our signal, because our limiter might catch such a signal because it's digital and it's still possible to trigger it, and then it would behave differently. So we're cutting that off. Also, we are discussing a lot of these issues in our mixing course if you're interested in going deeper on the subject. So going back to mid, and now let's move up to, well, actually move up to the 8th note here, and that one also quite steep. Just bring it down somewhere here, around 18. So we're leaving a bit more of those high frequencies to the side here, leaving that open. Now the next element we are putting in here is going to be a glue compressor. So we're trying to glue this signal a bit more together. Like for example, right now we have those drum elements really standing out, and we want to like just glue everything a bit more together. So we are picking up the glue compressor and look for a preset called Catch Peaks Mastering. Drag it on here. And now let's bring down the threshold here. Like we're pretty low still in our gain, and we're trying to find a good threshold value here. So at -20 it starts moving the needle, so we are really low in the levels. We have a lot of headroom left. Okay, let's not make it too crazy. Let's keep it moving at -23.8 and bring up the makeup gain now. And we're leaving attack and release times and ratio at 10 for now. Now we caught some of the peaks and glued everything together a bit more with this compressor, and then we went back and increased the output gain of that compressor. Okay, we are picking up another EQ8 to clean. This is our cleaning EQ. I'm renaming it to cleaning. And at this point you can clean up stuff that has been glued together a bit too much. For example, around these frequencies here where you have a bit of muddy bass, I like cleaning up a little bit, always around 200 or 216, and also a little bit around like 300. Just a tad here. You can always preview what you're doing here. Let's get rid of like 300. Maybe there's something up here. Maybe around 4.5 here, but just very little. It's not that important here. So let's, after catching peaks, you've glued everything together, and maybe there's a bit exaggeration on some parts of your signal, and then you could clean that out with such an EQ here. Before you move on and add a multiband compressor. In this case, I'm adding the multiband dynamics here. And, we are working with Ableton-only effects here. In other cases, I'd probably use a different one for this purpose. Let's go and make this work. Now, this view here is flipped 90 degrees, and you have Like your highest band is here, this is your mid band, and this is the lowest band. Everything below 120 Hertz will be treated here. Everything between 120 and 2.5K is treated here. Everything above 2.5K is treated here. So we're going to this view here. You can always open up to see how it's named. It's simply the above view. This is the below view, and this would be time parameters. But let's start with the above view and adjust our thresholds. And of course we need to adjust those ratios too, because if we have a ratio of 1 to 1, nothing will happen. So let's put it up to 2 to 1. And find a good threshold value here. So we're totally exaggerating on the highest band now. And it works like a high cut. As soon as the yellow line leaves the orange line, it starts working, and we're just squeezing those high frequencies together a little bit. And let's do the same thing for the mid frequencies. Putting in a ratio of 2.4. It already starts reacting here. Okay, in the lowest band, also a little bit, let's say 2.6. You can also boost bass in that way. If you turn it around here, but we want to tame the bass, so we're turning it to something like 2.5. And you can always decide how much you want to mix in. You can also put the dry wet or the amount to some value between 0 and 100, and it's just mixed in, and we're keeping some of the original signal. Overall, it's just subtly applied here to show you how to work with a multiband compressor on your master to affect those different ranges here. And now we are going to work with two more simple compressors. Like many mastering engineers agree that a better formula is using several devices and treating slightly instead of using one device and, treating a lot with it. So this is why we're doing this stepwise process, and now I'm picking up this compressor here and putting it behind it, and we're setting it into the activity view. Makeup gain off, put the ratio up to 4.4 or something, and the attack up to 5 milliseconds, so we're leaving room for transients to cut through, like our kick and snares and stuff, and release up to like 60. And I'll bring down the threshold. So this one's adding a bit of punch now. That's why I'm calling it Punch Compressor, because we're like treating chunks of around 60 milliseconds here. And now we also want to add in a bit of sustain afterwards. So the sound is getting a bit more fattened up. And activity view again, and ratio now to 9/1. And attack to 5 milliseconds again, and release is a bit longer here. It's like 120 or 130 or something. Makeup gain off. If all this compressor talk is really new to you, we also have a video on our YouTube channel explaining how the compressor works and what it actually does, and I recommend in that case you watch that. The video is just called How a Compressor Works on our YouTube channel, Production Music Live. Now the signal is getting quieter. I'm just putting up a utility here to make up for it. We could also use this output, but I kind of want to do it here visually. Sounds a bit more punchy with this punch compressor, but I'm just going to mix it in. Let's put it to 35. And let's keep our sustain compressor around 40. This is really a question of taste, and probably you would do it totally different, but we're seeing the approach here. We are starting our mastering chain with the EQ, putting in the low cut here, and then we are adding the catch peaks and gluing everything together. Then we're cleaning up, and then we're taming the different frequency bands here with the multiband compression. And then we're putting in a bit of punch, so focusing on, the punchy parts of the song. And then afterwards, we're trying to get it a bit fatter and focus on sustainy elements. So we are putting in a longer release time to have it treated a bit longer. And then we're moving on and we're putting in another EQ, which is going to be our final touches EQ, because after all this compression here, we might have lost a bit of bass emphasis and a bit of high emphasis. It's all glued together. So just getting a bit of bass back in there around 70 here, and then a bit of these high frequencies above 5 or 6K here with a high shelf. Okay, and in the end, we are of course putting our limiter instead of this utility here. It's served as well, but now we are taking it off and we're just doing the same thing here with our gain control, but we have a ceiling at around minus 30 decibels by default in the limiter of Ableton. Sometimes if you want to use it as MP3, for example, and put it on SoundCloud, it would be probably better to keep like 1.5 or something, as ceiling, because then sometimes you get clipping on MP3s with such a low ceiling. But anyways, I'm putting it to -7. Oops, -0.7. Leaving a bit of a ceiling, and now we can move up our gain knob to taste, to squeeze it together. Well, and usually the mastering step is performed by a mastering engineer, but in reality, a lot of times you will do just this step here in your studio or in your bedroom studio or at home or wherever. And then after you've created your mastering chain, you still have the ability to go back and tweak some of the elements that appear to be too loud now or too prominent and, just take them down. But usually in the professional production process, this is not possible. And that's why before mastering, there should be a really good mix down already prepared such that the mastering engineer doesn't have to fix stuff and can focus on making it sound great on any system, which is also another important point of mastering, making it sound great on your laptop speakers, on that radio in your bathroom, and also in the studio. And maybe also on big festival systems. So let's pick up this first EQ here, like mark it, select it, and go to the limiter, select that one as well, holding Shift and group all this together. And this is our mastering group now. And we can actually, put it into chain view and compare it to just using a limiter. So I'm inserting a limiter here, a second chain. And I'm renaming this one to limiter. Now this is our chain, this is just a limiter. And if we solo this limiter and bring up the gain, now we can compare the effect of the mastering chain. Where everything sounds a lot more compressed and squeezed together with the mastering chain. The limiter would just make it louder but keep the dynamics, and the mastering chain reduced some of those dynamics now. And now, if I could go back, I'd probably make this white noise a bit more quiet here or something. But, well, it's not that important now. But these would be things, if I would work on this track by myself, I would go back and mix it down a bit now. Well, this is our mastering session, and now we can play the whole thing as a result of this whole process. And actually we can now go ahead and duplicate the time and have a full track playing. You can do that by selecting 17 to 65 and now duplicating the time, and then you will have a full song project here made in, I don't know, 5 hours or something. And we've touched a lot of making this type of music. Of course, there's so much more to talk about here. Probably we're going to put in a couple of bonus videos focusing on different parts of the process. You could also write an email with your feedback, like what you learned from this and what you'd still love to learn about it. And then I can see what I can do here. Well, anyways, let's go to the next session. So now we've loaded up a snare sample on this upper track here. And below that we again have our recorded output track. Let's quickly play the snare sound. Okay, and we also have a compressor down here, and it didn't do anything at the moment because the threshold was back up at 0 decibels, so no treatment. Even if the ratio was at 2:1, we didn't compress anything. And now we want to take down the threshold to start working with our compressor, and we're going to take a closer look at attack and release times over here. And these two knobs, whenever we are talking about them, we are talking in milliseconds. So now we have a little bit of compressed signal here, or quite a lot of compression already. And you see the overall level went down, especially for the tail of that snare. There's actually a little bit of transient still preserved, and the tail has gotten a lot quieter. And we can actually make up for this gain loss with our output. Now what we see is this heavy spike here in the beginning. So we still have this transient in there. And this is due to the fact that we have an attack time of 2 milliseconds. Now what does that mean? If we hover over the attack time, it tells us in the info view on the left, the attack time sets how long it takes to reach maximum compression once the signal exceeds the threshold. Now, our threshold is at -30. The signal of our incoming audio reaches the threshold immediately because it's louder than -30 decibels. It's quite loud here. So it now waits another 2 milliseconds until the compression fully kicks in. And this is how we are getting a little bit of a transient here in the beginning of our output audio. So in other words, if we go back into our compressor below and adjust our attack time to something like 0 milliseconds or as close as possible to 0, we should get rid of those spikes. And this is exactly what happens here. So now we have a piece of audio that has a lot less dynamics. So in this case, we have a short attack and also quite a short release time. So what is the release time? The release time controls how quickly or slowly the level returns back to uncompressed or no compression after the signal falls back below the threshold. So basically that means whenever the input audio went down to a point where it was quiet enough to not exceed the threshold anymore, we are taking another 30 milliseconds until we completely stop compressing. We will return to the concept of release in a couple of seconds. So now in our example with a short attack time and still quite a short release time, we are mainly reducing the level of the transient here in the beginning of the waveform. And the second effect is we're emphasizing a bit more on the tail of the sound. If we listen back to the audio, now, since we've removed the transient, like this part, it's a bit more evened out. It appears to be more focusing on this swooshy end part of the snare. So it kind of emphasizes on this tail, but actually it only does appear to be doing that because the transient in the beginning is tamed or attenuated. Now the second option we want to try out is take a fairly slow attack time and a fairly long release time. I'm increasing our ratio a little bit as well here. And I'm increasing the output signal. And let's A/B it to hear the difference. So what happens when you have a short attack and a slower release, the overall level will be reduced and the peaks are relatively quieter compared to the tail parts. So it doesn't look that steep anymore here. It looks a little bit flatter here. As mentioned, the peaks are relatively quieter compared to the tail parts. So let's go in there and increase the attack time. So in order to increase the attack time, I'm taking down the output level a little bit, or else it will be getting a bit too loud. Because as you see, what happens if we increase the attack time and we remain at a quite fairly long release time with such a threshold, we are getting those transients back in. And what happens is we're reducing the level of the sustain with our compression. Everything after the 7th, 8th millisecond something is heavily being reduced, taking down the tail of that snare drum. By that, we also emphasize on the transient of the snare. So if we A/B this quickly, you notice how the transient starts to show up. And sometimes that's maybe useful if you have like transients that you want to have cutting through your mix. And this is a possible technique to use. So before we are applying this knowledge about compressors on a more practical example, let's quickly sum up what we just did. We learned with a fast attack and a fast release, we are reducing the level of the transient, or the initial spike you see at the beginning of the waveform. In the second example, we had a fast attack and a slow release, and the overall level of the snare was reduced. In the third example, the one I just showed you, we had a slow attack, so we had a couple of milliseconds of attack before actually kicking in the full compression. And we had a slow release, so a longer release time, something about 200 milliseconds. And we reduced the level of the sustain at the tail of the snare drum. And by that, we sort of emphasized on the transient. Now here's a little overview of important controls on our compressor and the values we can dial in. For example, we talked about ratio before. We are getting light signal reduction with a ratio of 2:1, moderate reduction with 4:1, and more or less heavier reduction with everything that's higher than 8 or 10 or 20, 50 or infinity is very heavy reduction. Actually, we said infinity to 1 is working like a limiter. With the attack, we saw that we can use short attack times if we want to catch transients. If we want our transients to cut through, we're using longer attack times, something around 10 maybe, to give our transients 10 milliseconds of time to cut through. And with our release, we were playing around with values around 50 to 60 milliseconds in the beginning, and then we increased it up to something like 200 milliseconds. But this is highly dependent on the input audio source you're using. If you're using higher frequent audio, it's better to use shorter release times. And if we go down into our bass frequencies, we're using longer release times. And that's due to the fact that lower frequencies have longer waveforms. Okay, so let's take a more real-life example. We're loading up a loop up here on this track, and we have another compressor already loaded up on that loop. And again, we have our recorded output down here. And we see we have quite a bit of dynamics inside of this loop. We have quite loud elements in the beginning, and then we have this little bongo thing here, which is a bit quieter. Also, our offbeat hi-hats in these positions appear a bit too quiet compared to our kick sound in the beginning. So if we take this quite dynamic loop and place it into our track, we are facing the problem that quieter parts will be sort of eaten up by other elements of the track. For example, this quiet part here would have problems to stand out. So in order to have these parts stand out as well, not only the kick, we need to make these parts louder without further increasing the loudness of those most prominent parts of the loop. And this is where we are using a compressor again. So we are using a ratio of 5:1. We have a release time of 100 milliseconds, so moderate release time, and a very short attack time at the moment. And now I'm dragging down the threshold to kick in the compression. So let's take a threshold of -17 to emphasize on what we're doing. Since everything has been quite substantially reduced here, I'm putting up the output gain of our compressor. So now it's very visible what happened. For example, here with this last bit of audio, you can see it compared to this part up here, it's a lot louder, while the kicks still remain more or less equally loud to those ones up here. If we A/B this quickly, we can note the difference. So we are getting more flat dynamics, like in our first example at the beginning of this tutorial. So let's go even further and take the shortest possible attack. And you see, right now, we've taken out a lot of the dynamics in this sample down here, and it's very, very flat. Now, if we bring gradually more attack into this loop, we're adding in more dynamics. Like our transients are cutting a lot better through the mix now, and the loop appears to have more punch. So now this is a pretty extreme setting for such a loop. We can still go back and A/B this to the original version. And now let's set up a more realistic setting for changing this dynamic loop into a more evened out version. So now we have a more even version of this loop, as you can see and hear. Like the comparison, if we A/B this, playing it with and without the compressor, is fairly obvious now. Let's do it again. We have those high dynamics here. With the original one, we barely hear those bits in the end of the loop, but we heavily hear the kick and this kick and the clap here. And in this part, it sounds a lot more evened out if we put the compressor back in. So if we A/B those two loops here with the compressor, we perceive the second loop a lot louder. Because our ears are more sensitive to the average loudness than to noticing differences in peaks. And let's quickly check that in an analyzer, like how much louder is it actually? We have a peak meter here, and this peak meter says we are peaking at around minus 4.8 decibels with our compressed loop. And now I'm taking off the compression, and we can check that for our initial source loop. And actually, as you can see, the source loop with minus 3.4 decibels is a lot louder still than the second loop. But if we listen back to the second one, and we can even still increase it a little bit in the output, like for example 1 decibel would be possible here. Minus 3.5 for the source and something like minus 3.6 for the compressed loop. And actually that compressed loop sounds a lot louder to our ear than the other one. And as mentioned, this is due to the fact that our ears are more sensitive to average loudness than to peaks. And what we are measuring here is peaks. And due to this average loudness perception, compressors are mostly mentioned when we are talking about adding loudness, which is kind of counterintuitive because in the beginning we are always reducing the gain. But in the end we are bringing the average signal up even further, and this is the adding loudness part. Alright, so let's take a quick look at a couple of compressors. We have a guitar sample here. And down here we have our typical Ableton compressor used throughout this tutorial. Next to that one we have the glue compressor, which is also part of Ableton. Now depending on what you're working with, you will experience differences between the controls available in different compressor plugins. But if we compare the glue compressor to the standard Ableton compressor, we are able to find all the controls we talked about in this tutorial also in the glue compressor. So quickly, if we search for our threshold, which was here, we can find it here. And I'm actually going to throw it on. And in this case, it works by dragging down this knob. And this meter shows the gain reduction. We have our attack up here. In this case, we don't have a seamless attack knob, but we have different stages. The same thing is true for the release knob, but this one is slightly different from this release knob because here we are talking about milliseconds, and here you can see those 0.1, 0.2 values, and we are talking in seconds. So the smallest amount of release you can use is actually 100 milliseconds. And for the ratio, it's the same thing. We have 3 stages of ratio. The ratio of 2:1, 4:1, 10:1. So it's not as seamless as it is in this standard Ableton compressor. We had this output control here, which is basically the makeup here. And the standard Ableton compressor, we haven't talked about that before, but it actually also has a makeup knob here that compensates automatically for your gain reduction. The Ableton built-in limiter and other limiters are basically also compressors, but featuring a ratio of infinity to 1. So they're cutting off all the audio signal above the threshold. It doesn't have an attack knob because the attack is set to 0 milliseconds. And if we increase the gain here, this is basically input gain you're affecting the threshold with. So you can't adjust the threshold, but you can adjust the input gain you're sending into the threshold, which is just working the other way around. So basically what's happening here is you're setting the input gain that you're going to affect your threshold with, because your threshold here is fixed. There's no threshold knob like in this compressor, but on but it's just turned the other way around. You're not taking the threshold down, but you're taking the signal up, for example. You could also take it down, but the threshold is fixed and you're pushing your input signal into the threshold. Let's quickly do this. Now we have reduction taking place here. And this concept of pushing the input signal into the threshold to affect the signal through this limiter or compressor can also be found in many old compressors and analog compressors. Now let's turn this off and move to the next compressor, which is basically the CLA2A. And that is an emulation of an analog compressor. And as we can see here, we only have those two controls, gain and peak reduction. And over here we can switch the display mode from gain reduction to input and output. And also we have one knob here telling us to switch between limiting and compressing. So this more or less is our ratio. We can switch from having it in compressor mode to having it in limiter mode, which should be nearly infinity or something, or a very harsh ratio, and this would be more a smooth compressing ratio. So as you can see, we don't have any attack and release controls. That's because inside of this compressor, attack and release times are fixed. What we have is our peak reduction, which is basically our threshold. So let's put this on. So you see we have gain reduction working here, and this gain knob on the left hand side is our makeup. It would be this knob in this case, or our output gain knob down here. So I'm putting that up.
Let's quickly talk about an interesting issue occurring when we are working at different listening volumes, for example in our studio if we are playing something very loud or more quiet. It's a phenomenon of the human hearing. A change in the volume of our track changes our subjective perception of the relation between different frequencies. But in reality, however, the overall objective balance of the frequencies remains the same, independent of the listening volumes. So the problem is, if we listen to our mix and work at low listening volumes, mid-range frequencies sound more prominent and lows like our bass and high frequencies like our hi-hats seem to fall into the background. On the other hand, if we are listening very loud in the studio, the lows and the highs sound more prominent and the mid-range seems to be comparatively softer. Let's take a look at a graph. And this graph shows us if we are playing at low volumes, our ears are not really perceiving much of the bass frequencies and of the highest frequencies. But if we take up the gain and we are listening at high volumes in our studio, the difference between mid frequencies and high and bass frequencies gets more evened out. It's getting more towards a flat curve, whereas this is really curved here. Now this representation seems a bit counterintuitive, and that's why I thought we could turn it on its head to make it more obvious. So if we turn this graph on its head, what we see is we are listening at low levels and we are perceiving something around 5 kHz, 2 kHz, 1 kHz, basically the space where our voice is sitting, the most important things of our voice are sitting, is clearly audible. But our bass is not that audible. There's nothing going on. We need to put a lot of effort into focusing our ear on listening to bass frequencies and quite a lot of effort into listening to higher frequencies. But if we go up in our decibels in the volume and we listen to it really loud, the difference between mid frequencies, high frequencies and lower frequencies get more evened out. So going back, a practical advice as a takeaway from this curve is an appropriate mixing volume is somewhere around 70 to 80 decibels. A typical conversation might
be around 65, and a motorcycle passing by is more like 100 decibels. Also, you shouldn't rely on mixing at high or low volumes only. You should go back and forth and switch around. Try to remember your preferred volume settings and get accustomed to them. If you're mixing at low volume, don't pay too much attention to your bass here because of the Fletcher Munson curve we just looked at. If you're mixing at high volume, keep in mind the high end will be perceived louder than mixing at low volumes. If you're taking the volume down to low levels, are you still able to hear your most important elements clearly? We find this to be really important in mixing. And also, listen to your reference track. How does the reference track sound at those stages in comparison to your work in progress, at those different listening volumes? So when finished with mixing, we have our overall arrangement view here, and we are selecting the entire track with our locators, leaving a bit of room for some reverb tails in the end. And we are entering the exporting stage of the process. So export audio in this case. And we are selecting our rendered track from the master. We could also select individual tracks or selected tracks, but we want the master in this case. And we are starting at bar 37, ending at, well, 94 bars later. And we are not rendering as loop. If you were to render as loop, reverb tails would be added in at the start of your audio as well. So you could play them as loop always. So let's go into the audio section here. We have two file types in Ableton, AIFF and WAV. Those are the standard high quality file types. And then below that we have sample rate and bit depth and dithering. We are going to talk about this in a minute. You can activate if you want an analysis file with your exported audio or not. That makes a bit more sense when you're loading it back into Ableton later to play it live or something. If you activate normalize, it will look for the peak in your overall track and set that one to 0 decibels and adjust everything else accordingly. We can also activate to convert everything into mono. For example, if we are making a club track and we want to play tonight in the club and we know they only have a mono system, we activate convert to mono and don't take any prisoners. SoundCloud uploading and video encoding something else. So let's take a look at sample rate. We can select sample rates from 22K to up to 192K, and the standard sample rate here is 44K. So let's take a closer look at what sample rate actually means. Now, in the analog world, if we have an audio signal, it's a continuous signal. It never really stops. It doesn't contain any chunks. It's just continuous. And if you zoom in, you will get always a line because it's infinitely connected. But in the digital world, if we change this analog signal into digital, we have to put it into chunks. And our sample rate just tells us how many of these little chunks are we putting into 1 second. So if we have a sample rate of 44,000, like the one we had selected by default in Ableton, what happens is we have 44,000 tiny bits of audio information from our song inside of 1 second. And it looks like this. Of course, a lot more crowded than this. Now, when do we want to set our sample rate to a higher value? Let's say we recorded a vocal at a speed of 100 BPM and later we are planning on using that vocal on a slower song, maybe with 70 BPM. Then we have to time stretch that vocal. And if we stretch 1 second of recorded audio into, let's say, 2 seconds because we want to play it slower, what happens is we need more chunks of information inside of this 1 second to stretch it out into 2 seconds in order to have some really lossless feeling of that recording. So we need more information inside of 1 second than the ear actually can perceive if we play it at the normal speed. Because to the human ear, a sample rate above 50K sounds perfectly continuous, and additional information placed in there is not differentiable for your ear. It starts getting differentiable, however, if we play it slower and we have less information in 1 second. So let's go back to the selections in Ableton. So taking another look at the sample rates here. So if we want to use our audio later and warp it to very slow beats per minute, for example, we would select something higher here. But that also would require we have our initial recording in a higher sample rate. So if we move on to bit depth here, we have a selection of 16, 24 and 32. And see, if we select 16, down here we can select different dithering options. And if we go up to 32, this is grayed out. We cannot select any dithering anymore. But going back to 16 and 24, we can select different modes. So bit depth has a lot to do with dithering. And let's go a bit into detail. When we talk about dithering, it's a bit about what are you going to do with the audio after exporting. Are you planning any further processing? For example, are you going to send it to a mastering engineer? If so, always render it to 32-bit and avoid the complete issue of dithering at this stage. We are completely avoiding it. Always 32, send it out to mastering. If not, if we are finished and we are not going to process any further in our audio, we can go to lower values than 32-bit and choose a dithering mode. We actually have an article on our website covering dithering, but in general, dithering adds a small amount of noise to rendered audio and tries to minimize artifacts when reducing the bit depth. What dithering does is when we are working at lower bit rates than 32, for example with 16-bit or even 8-bit, you can't put all the available audio information into the file because there's simply not enough space. And that's when it can happen that you have tiny steps between audio information, and dithering tries to cover them by entering a little bit of noise into those tiny steps to make sure they're smoothened out. And now there are different dithering modes. For example, in Ableton, the triangular mode is selected by default. It's sort of the safest mode if any additional processing is planned. So it's not an optimal world, but if you're going down to 16 bits, for example, and you're planning more processing, and this is the only option you have, go with triangular. Rectangular enters a smaller amount of added noise, but you're paying with an additional quantization error. And those POW-R modes are stepwise higher amounts of dithering, but with the noise pushed above the audible range. So POW-R modes should never be used before mastering. Also, you should only apply dithering once to an audio file. Some limiters like Waves L2 run with dithering activated by default, and in this case, well, if you're planning on doing it yourself, be sure to turn it off. So you see, going back to Ableton, for example, if we have 16-bit selected, we can dither rectangular, which is the safest way if we are continuing to work with the audio, which we shouldn't, but if we are doing so, we are doing it that way. And then you have those triangular POW-R 1, 2, 3 that are gradually entering more noise to your audio file. In this case, we would like to send it to an external mastering engineer, and we be sure we don't select any dithering, 32, and we're going to export our file and send it over.
Hello everybody, welcome to Production Music Live. My name is Guido. I'm over from Cat and Beats, and today we're going to be going over a simple but yet very effective mastering chain. So I got my little mastering chain over here. You can download that in the description, and I'm working with a Production Music Live file as well, so you can also check that out if you'd like to. This is what the mastering chain looks like. I got a color limiter to begin with that will probably raise some eyebrows, a compressor, 2 utilities, a EQ8, a limiter, and another limiter again. So I'm going to be walking you through this whole thing, but what I want you to do first is get into the right headspace, the right mindset. So first, realize what our responsibility is. We need to make one final master copy, which is going to be digitally distributed. So that's one thing to remember. Another part is that in the master, it is not up to us to make insane amounts of cuts and boosts and insane amounts of compression to make it sound as, as big as possible or whatever. That's going to be done in the mix. And lastly, I want you to start listening in a specific way. And that way is to listen to low end, low mid, high mid, and top end. Listen in those 4 bands in your head, okay? And then what are you going to listen to first? The first thing that we're going to have to listen to is a reference track. And a reference track is a track that's similar in style and genre. Now, I'm not going to put a reference track in here right now because I don't want PML's channel to be demonetized because that would be horrible. But you please do that. So if you're mixing your own track or, mastering your own track, get yourself a reference similar in style and genre. Adjust it for loudness, okay? Now, for loudness, what I suggest you do is click over on your tab button, have a little look at your master, open that up all the way, make sure that you're at the 0 dB level, click play on the main drop section of your song. Watch that little number and try to get anywhere between -10 and -6. Because we're going to be adding dBs and cutting and boosting. So I want to have something called headroom. Now make sure that your reference is also set to that -10, -6 dB, but try to get that peak level about the same. Okay. First and foremost, listen to your reference. Listen into that low end, that low mid, high mid, and top end. And then switch to your own song. All right? Once you switch back and forth a couple times, you'll start noticing that your low end is probably a little bit over the top. Your top end is probably a little bit over the top. Your low mids are probably not present or something like that. It will be something what you're like, oh, that's a bit weird. So remember that part, okay? Now, I'm just going to reference from the music that is in my head regardless. And we're going to start mastering right now. And we're basically going to rebalance this track a little bit. Now, the first thing I have over here is called a color limiter. And a color limiter, I'm not going to use it for the name of limiting. So I'm actually going to be using this for a tilt shift EQ. All right, that's what we're going to be using this for. And the way I'll set this up is set my saturation level to about 20 there. And then I'm going to use this color knob to tilt shift. Now, a tilt shift EQ is to either put in more top end and less low end, or more low end and less top end. Now, generally speaking, that's the first thing that you'll want to do, because most of the time it's either way too much low or way too much high. But this is going to be a sexy little number to do so. So first and foremost, put that on, have a little play again. So more low end, more top end. Personally, I think that this track is a little bit, has like some stuff there. The top end is not really that present, so I'm going to go for a little bit more top. Okay, so that's the first thing I want to do. A little bit of a tilt shift, but it's going to force you to listen, because the only thing you have is a little knob, and you have to kind of go like, this does sound nicer. Regardless of everything, double check again with your reference, okay? Now, we're continuing on. The next part I want to do, and I want you to start listening for as well, is how punchy does the reference song appear to be? Does it go like, but, got? Does it have this really hard, like, thick weight to it the whole time? Then that is compression, what you're listening to right there. So what we're going to do is set this compressor up for what it needs to be. So if you have a track where the transients seem a little bit buried, so it kind of seems like it's being held back a bit, then you're going to want to use a compressor to pop those transients forward again, okay? If you have transients that are really popping in your face, then you would want to push them back just ever so slightly. But I'm also coming with an advanced version of this whole thing, so make sure to subscribe to this channel because that's going to need a little bit more tweaking. So let's just go with 90% of the case you want more pop. So more pop, how do you do that? First and foremost, let's just set this compressor up and understand what it is that we're trying to listen for. So I'm going to set this up pretty insane just to over dramatize the amount of compression and what it will do, and then you understand the sound that will come out. So set your compressor up the same way, put a 10 to 1, which is insane, attack of 0, threshold of about like 4-ish, and your threshold all the way down. Okay, next up, you're not going to hear that much right now. Okay, so I'm going to put up the volume for you. Okay. Now, the reason that I've done this is because when I will slowly raise the attack time, what will happen is that all of a sudden I can accentuate the first part of the transient of the overall waveform to come through. So I'm going to get like tack, tack, tack. All right. Now, with an attack, you can write this down, with an attack time of about 5 milliseconds to about 10 milliseconds or so, you're going to get that first part of the transients, which is going to sound like a tick, like tick, 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 like that. If you want your sound to be a little bit more ticky, so tick, 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 like more techno, the top part of a kick to really come through, then that's going to be a nice attack time. If you want the track to be a little bit thicker, go anywhere from 15 to, actually, anywhere from 25 to about 50 milliseconds, or sometimes even 60 milliseconds, and you're going to get more of the transient to come through, so you're going to have a thicker sound. So let's prove that point and see if I slowly put this up, if we then get a tick, and after that we get a thicker transient coming through. I'm going to put up the volume. Whereas I can't hear shit. So at about 20, you really start hearing the tick. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to keep that at around 20, and I'm with my release knob. I know this is insane, by the way, so I'm only doing this. It'll come to you in a second. With the release knob, remember when I said the word accentuate? I'm trying to get that first part to really pop out. If you put the release knob up just ever so slightly, so from 1, which is going to have lots of distortion, to 10, you'll all of a sudden hear that first initial pop, that dot, dot, dot to come on through. And you get that breathing effect. Okay. So now that I've set this up, I'm going to put down my output again, and I'm going to now understand the sound that is coming through. I'm going to put my ratio back because I don't need insane amounts of compression. Remember, we don't want to do crazy things right now. So let's put that for 2 to 1. Slowly put this down and have a little listen to what the compressor sounds like. Okay, so we get this pumping effect right now. It's not really sounding all that nice. Now, there's a secret little button here. Remember, simple yet effective. Click the EQ button over here. And this gain reduction currently, so the GR, the gain reduction, is currently only happening on that kick. That kick is really telling the compressor to go whoop, 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 you know, like that. And it's like, ah. So I kind of want my snare drum to go gats to come through, because it feels like the snare drum is buried a little bit. So what I'll do is put this internal sidechain on, and if you slowly put the frequency knob up, you'll notice that the gain reduction will start only happening for the top end of the track, so you're going to get a really nice peaky top. So no low end. Okay, I hope you're still sticking with me here. This is a magic little setting here. If you've noticed that when I put the frequency down, all of a sudden the hi-hats start disappearing, the whole sound just starts going, and the more I put it up, all of a sudden the hi-hats come out, and the top end comes out, and the lead starts coming out, and it's starting to sound good. Okay, now we're going to continue. Simple yet effective. I've made 2 buttons here, so you can do that with Command K, and I have a number 4 and a number 5. Now, these utilities are set up so that we have a mono button over here and a side button over here. These are going to correlate to the EQ8 because I'm going to put my EQ8 into a mid-side mode. All right. So let's just check that out for a second. What I want you to do now again is listen to your reference track, but then listen to it in mid-side mode. So first, let's listen to the mid mode of this song, which is going to be mono. Okay, now let's listen to the side mode. Okay, so do the same thing for the reference track. What I'm noticing is that in the side mode, there isn't really that much top end. There's lots of things going on. And in the mid mode, there's this fantastic little area where we can start cutting things out. So let's talk about some common EQ techniques, and we'll have a good time. So things to start being aware of first time around is to listen to this area. Normally speaking, you can gain a lot of what's called muddy stuff coming in over time. Everything starts building up between about 150 to about 600 hertz. Somewhere there, you're going to get something called mud and goop and bleh. Sounds like this. See, it's a little bit much, a little bit over the top. So what I'll do is I'll take that down. And a fun little trick here is when you take it down, so if you would do it extreme, by the way, when you would take it down really extreme, what you will notice is all of a sudden the thump of the kick really starts coming out. Now, because you take away some low energy there, you can also, again, add a little bit of low. So this technique is called a pull tech technique. Generally speaking, it works, so give it a shot. And also notice that these cuts and boosts, they're quite small because in Ableton, this amount is already 1.36 dB, so that's pretty crazy. If you're doing this kind of stuff, then most likely you need to go back into the mix and just quickly fix that. Now, another thing we can do potentially is to cut the low end. Because you don't want to have too much rumble and weirdness going on because the limiter is going to love eating that up. So we're just going to cut that, but I would really pay attention to, are we messing up the sound? I also suggest that we oversample as well so we don't have any anti-aliasing going up in this biatch too. Okay, next up. Let's listen a little bit to the top end. Let's try to get some presence. So this is a presence area, anywhere from, what would it be, about 1K to about 3K. Generally speaking, people don't like hearing 3K. It hurts their ears. And for the advanced version, again, that is going to be coming up. I will show you de-essing and multiband dynamics and upwards and downward compression and all that kind of stuff. But right now, let's just boost a little bit. Okay, next thing I want to do is just get rid of that hi-hat. And next thing I want to do is now go into the side mode and start balancing that out again. Now in this side mode, there's quite a lot of low-end rumble going on. See, it's like all over the place. Generally speaking, people will say, just cut the low end out and high pass everything. I would be a little bit careful with it because sometimes you can make the sound all of a sudden not be warm anymore. So just slowly drag into that and feel if the sound is becoming less warm. Okay, next thing I want to do in this side mode, because I felt like this is already too much. It's supposed to be a little bit rumbly, you know what I mean? But next thing I want to do is actually boost a little bit in the side. So first thing I noticed when I was listening to it is that the side doesn't really have any sidey sizzle stuff. So this is a really easy trick and it gives you lots of, you know, air. And generally speaking, you can get away with adding a little bit more sizzly air on the sides. Let's look around over here as well. I kind of want to boost this area because we have that lovely lead there. Okay, I'm slowly getting happy with the way this is sounding. And remember, with the EQ8, you have lots of possibilities to steer, and this is not a you're going to be able to do it. Just the power of the EQ8 is insane. If we just turn that one on and off, you'll notice a difference. We're slowly molding this thing into something nice and sexy. Okay, next up what I have is something called double limiting. I have two limiters set up. The first limiter is set up to just push up the gain. And this is a little bit of a sneaky trick that I'm going to be doing. Because if we just put up the gain, I'm not looking to do any compression whatsoever. I kind of want to set this limiter up so that when you will listen back to the whole track, you'll all of a sudden notice some type of distortion coming through. Be like, so what you then need to do is just go back into your chain and go like, is my first limiter actually getting distorted really bad? Go back into your track and be like, what is it that is causing the distortion? Most of the time it's effects drops and like big bass booms that cause that. So we're going to set this up in this main drop here. We're going to put up the gain so it doesn't do anything. And then we're going to go to the next limiter. So basically at 7.5 dB, that's when, about 8 dB, that's when we got the first little bit of limiting coming in. So I'm just going to push back just a tad, just to make sure it's okay. I also would suggest to get the look ahead very short, just so that this limiter will start doing more distortion. Sounds a little bit insane. You don't want to have that. But again, it's more of a safe keep for yourself to make sure that you're listening for that distortion and going like, that doesn't sound good. Just quickly, distortion sounds like this so that you know. That. It's like this. Somebody's just taking a poop all over your track. Okay, so next up, last limiter. We're going to be setting the ceiling to -1. That is a very important setting, specifically because we are doing this simple mastering chain for an online release. So most of you will be doing online releases right now. And this ceiling of -1 is there for a very nerdy part. When we upload the waveform, because that's what we're going to be uploading, or the WAV, whatever, to SoundCloud or to Spotify or to any other distribution that's online, then it will get converted from that WAV to, is it WAV or WAV? From that WAV to MP3 or .ogg or ACC. And once it's there to MP3, for instance, you'll get 1 dB extra. That's just added on top of your original file. Now, once you would have, for instance, a ceiling of 0 dB, you will get 1 dB extra of clipping. And it can sound a little bit nasty and blech, and that's also generally the reason why your SoundCloud upload sounds a bit crappier than when it's in your DAW. Another thing is when you do go from MP3 or from WAV to MP3, then your side information will get squished a little bit. It's always as if you go from white to it's not really there anymore. So that's why you can push it just a tad extra, just to see if you can get it to have that same beautiful side information. Anyway, let's slowly put up the gain. And what we're going to do now is a little bit of metering inside of Ableton. And what I want to do is actually look at the brighter green thing here, and that brighter green stands for RMS, and the RMS value that you want to have without squishing your limiter too much or your track too much so it becomes too 30 is about -9 to about -7, somewhere around there. Generally speaking, will be fine. Again, I'd suggest you check out your reference track in the main drop. Check out what the RMS is of that one and just push into it and see, if you get that same type of vibe. So what I'm going to do is now push into this, and I'm going to look for hitting about a -7-ish, -8-ish, somewhere over there, and really carefully pay attention to any distortions that are happening. I think we're doing pretty good. So we got this master pretty loud. And this limiter is only doing about, what is that? -2 dB of limiting. So pretty good. Nice competitive loudness, about -7 RMS-ish there. And that's how I use this simple yet effective mastering chain. But it has a trick up its sleeve. And that is over here. There's a wet dry knob. With the dry knob, there's just a limiter. And what you can do is just pop up the limiter to whatever amount it is that you've compressed it to be, and you can check out the RMS. So somewhere over there, and then you can switch back and forth. And then you can start picking up the little differences as well of like, is there too much bass? How's my mid side going? How's my reference track going? And again, as you see, with this super simple but yet very effective mastering chain, it's not supposed to be an insane amount of difference. It's supposed to be, does it really fit the track? Is the rumble gone in that low end here? Do we get that snare to pop out? Is that top end there? It's literally answering the questions of how is my low mid, my high mid, and my highs, are they all working together? All right, so that's that. I hope you've enjoyed this little session. Make sure to subscribe to this channel because there's going to be the advanced version of this as well, where we're going to go way more into depth about the limiting part. We're also going to be using free plugins to get this a little bit further. Multiband dynamics, all types of sexiness. So see you guys again soon. And last part is make sure to, when you export it, I always forget this, put it at 24 or 16 bit depth and put on this POW R3 dither. More on that next time. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Production Music Live. My name is Guido. I am over from Cat and Beats. And today we're going to go from the simple yet effective mastering chain, which most of you have already seen. If not, make sure to check out that video because it covers some basics that you're going to need to know before we go on with the video. And now we're going to introduce the versatile advanced chain. So yeah, this is going to have some new features to it that the previous one did not have. There are some prerequisites. Is that a correct word? Things to download. You need to get Ozone Imager, which is completely free, and Ulean 2, which is also completely free. And I'll go over that in a bit. Anyway, let's get into the right mindset. Just like last time, you need to have a reference song which you can switch back and forth to. A reference song is a song that's in similar genre and style to the song that you're working with. And make sure that they are loudness matched so that the level is kind of the same. Okay, now once you have that, make sure that you can listen in low end, in low mids, high mids, and highs. And what we're going to try and do is balance out the song. So last time we've already done that, and we got the song sounding from this to this. Again. Okay, so with the simple yet effective mastering chain, we simply used compression, EQ, and limiting. Okay, those three tools, that's pretty much it. This time around, we got a hell of a lot more shit going on. Okay, so first things first. Generally speaking, what I'll do is listen for problems to begin with. So low end, instead of thinking like I need to EQ right away and slash low end and put this up, put that down, I'll actually go like, okay, what problems can I solve before I actually start boosting and or cutting too much? And how can I solve that? Now, I will listen in two ways. The first one is with this little utility over here, which you can key map yourself to number 4. So you can go like this, and I'll listen in mono and check, are there any problems in mono? Okay, I'll check inside. And what I'm listening for is extremely heavy transients that are just popping out. So normally speaking, between about 1K and 8K, there's going to be transients popping out there, and they're going to be painful as nobody's business. It'll be like popping through and just like, ooh, baby damn. Now, the way you know if something hurts your ears is to simply click on this little blue thing and make sure that the Q is a little bit narrow, and then just sweep between 1K and about 8K, sweep between that, and something will make your face go like you ate something sour. So about there, where my dog just barked, that's about annoying to me. So that's about 3,590 or whatever hertz. I can then double check that. Is that only mono? It kind of only exists in mono. So knowing that this thing exists there, that it's kind of, it's a little bit annoying, I can go to my mid, side, or stereo de-esser. So check this out. I'm just going to put this down again because I don't need this to be up here. I'll leave it on for just demonstration purposes, but normally what you would do after you found your little problem is to turn it off, but I'll just leave it on for a second so I can really emphasize the issue. So we're going to turn on both mid and side. We're going to go into our mid, and we're going to remember the frequency over here, which is 3,590 hertz. Hopefully my camera is there instead of down in the left bottom, and we're gonna write down over here 3,590 hertz, which is going to be my mid channel. I'm going to take my threshold, pop it down, and have a little look if it's actually being compressed, because the main frequency that's annoying is specifically this upbeat that's going choop, 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 right into my eardrum. And I'm only looking for this little compressor to actually react to the frequency that's annoying. So Normally, you would use a de-esser for things like S's and K's or snare drums that goes like that, and you're just like, ooh, and you can just push that down ever so slightly to make sure that you don't have that issue. I'm just gonna go over here and turn this off because I don't want to actually listen to that anymore. I think that already sounds a little bit better. It's a little bit more controlled in the top end, and I know that for sure that if you now slam the volume and it's super loud playing in a club, nobody's going to go, ooh, that's a little bit of a painful ringing sensation that I'm feeling immediately. So that's a nice little thing to know, the de-esser. On a quick pro tip as well, don't only use this to look over here. There's also other issues that normally happen. So if you, for instance, in this genre, you would have like some type of tom that goes doop, you know, like, and it would be doop, 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 somewhere over here. You can actually use that de-esser. So for instance, you have this issue. So you don't have any issues at the top, right? So you check for problems, but your problem is actually over there, 240 hertz. Just take that same de-esser, change the frequency to 240 hertz, and then that doop, make sure that it's only pressing down on that 240 hertz every single time. Okay, so whatever problem you have, solve it with your de-esser and check if it's in mid or side mode or in stereo mode. If it's in both, use the stereo. If it's only in side, use side. If it's only in mid, use mid. Okay, simple. So that's the first simple thing, I hope. And now we're going to continue. So I'm just going to close this down because I don't need to look at it anymore. And next up, we have the Tilt Shift EQ. Watch the previous simple yet effective video. The compressor, again, simple yet effective video. EQ, again. And then we move on to the mid-side multiband, which I again split up into mid-side and stereo. So let's turn that on and let's get our socks wet. Socks wet? I don't know. Let's get our feet wet. Wet socks suck. Let's get our feet wet with the multiband dynamics over here, and go over a couple of things that you can do to make this, well, this song, but in general, songs sound a little bit better. Again, we're listening in low, mid, and high. Normally, I would have low, mid, and high mid as well, but now we only have 3 frequencies that we can choose out of. And I'm going to start with low. Now, personally, when I'm listening to this, I'm thinking to myself, there's quite a lot of bass in here, and it's not very defined. So what I would like to have is just like the knock of the sub bass of the kick to really punch on through. And I don't really like the all that side information that was going on, like here. Wait, excuse me. See, there's some side there. I don't mind that it's there. I wouldn't want to cut it out, but it will take away the warmth. So I'm going to work in stereo to make sure that I can get the side information and the mono information to go boom, boom, boom. Okay, let me explain how this works. Check this out. So I have 2 little buttons here. One is this one, so I can decide how much I want my low end to work with. So either more top end, normally you wouldn't go at 198 hertz, but there's some going on, some shitty stuff. Normally you would try this more at 60 or 70 hertz. So, but I just want that from that main lead. It's a bit over the top. So I'll select the frequencies that are pissing you off. Okay, next up, we have below the threshold compression, and we have above the threshold compression. All right. So the compression that I taught you last time is all above and you push down. And then the compressor starts turning down the volume according to the input signal. So it's like kick drum, volume down, and kick drum comes in again, volume down, and repeat. Okay, and then you can get this do instead of this this whoop sound. But this one has a nice little trick up its sleeve in which you can take the below the threshold compression as well. And instead of saying, I want the compressor to shoot down on the kick drum when it comes in, I'm actually going to take everything that's below the threshold and pull that down. So I'm going to get my kick drum coming in, and all that other information that's playing after. So it's blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take the blah, 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 blah. I'm going to turn that down. So I'm only going to go blah, blah, blah. All right. I hope that makes sense. I'll do it really extreme so you can hear it. So here, my mouse turns into this uppy downy arrow thing, and I'm just going to pull this down. And you can hear that it's like a gate. It's only letting through that kick drum. Right? Okay, so this is the infinity version. Now, if you find that there's a little bit too much distortion going on, so right now this is like over the top compression, but if you find there's too much like going on, make sure you put your release up a little bit. So I'm just going to make that 60. It's a little bit better. Okay, so now if you look at those tiny little lines, you see those lines here? They run here. If I pull back, those lines become less. That's actually the reduction of that low energy. So let's just do that a little bit. So I don't want all this, because that's over the top. I just want a little bit of control. As soon as I start hearing that type of sound, that's enough. Okay, above the threshold, so the normal way you would compress over here, what I can now do is exaggerate that kick drum coming in by also pushing down a little bit on this one. And then I'm going to get duh, duh. I'll show you the AB afterwards. So let me just extreme. But I hope you can hear that the kick drum is going like blah, blah. I'm just going to AB that for you. More extreme. Let's go a little bit more extreme. Yeah, okay, so now you can really hear it. So now the difference is that you have lots of rumble, and now with this turned on, I will accentuate the kick drum more, the hit of the kick. Let's also put the dBs up. I'm doing about 3 dB of compression, so I'll do 2 dB. Yeah, the kick drum's just going bob, bob, bob. Okay, so that's nice. A little bit of it. If you start doing too much multiband dynamics, you can really start messing up the whole sound. All right. So, I'm going to actually use this knob over here with my mouse just to get the low end right, because otherwise I will put too much low end in, and I don't want that. Okay, so about 2 dB. That sounds about right. Next up, we have the mid-band, and this is something that we all have to learn. The music is in the mids, so most people don't have extended lows or extended highs. So we really need to make sure that that mid sounds fantastic. The way you can know if something sounds good or not is to just double check the mids in comparison to the reference song. But I'm listening right now in compression, so I want it to really, still kick quite hard. Even if you listen to this on the phone, I kind of want your face to go and this phase, that's the phase of nice compression. Okay, that's fine for me. So we could potentially do some compression here, but I don't think that's necessary. Okay, so now some of you also know that you can also move your mouse upwards, and then you get a blue version, and you can move your mouse down. That's downward compression, and this is upward compression. Okay, so now this is going to start getting a little bit more confusing. Don't worry, I'll be holding your hand throughout this. What you can do with the top end here is actually excite the top a little bit with upward compression. But again, let's just figure out what we want to excite and what we don't want to excite, okay? So let's just excite from 8,000 kilohertz up. And what we're going to do is the following. This is going to be fun. We're going to put upward compression from the below the threshold thing. So what will happen is instead of having the tss, we're going to get the to come through. Here, listen. So without, it's really tight. And then with. Okay, cool. Okay, so that was a little bit of dither. So that is what we're gonna push into it. Obviously, not that much. So let's put a little bit of that into it and see how that sounds. I'm not gonna listen to this in solo. I'm gonna actually listen to this with everything else. Okay, the next thing I want to do is at the same time of pushing it up and we're actually taking away the dynamic range, I'm going to do a little bit downward compression again to make the overall top end just more sizzly and attacky all at the same time. Okay, fantastic. Now let's turn this mount knob on and off, and then we should be able to see if we've done a good job or a shit job. I think we did okay. I think the upward compression here is a little bit over the top, like the I'm not really sure if I like it too much, but it's pretty good. So that's multiband dynamics in a nutshell. I think that's all you really need to know. Downward compression, upward compression. Yeah, that's it. For the mid-band, if you find that, for instance, you don't have enough body in the mid-band, then do a little bit of upward compression below the threshold, and then you're going to get more body. If you find that you have too much body, turn it down a little bit. If you find that you have transients that are peeking through a little bit, then you can actually forget it. If you have transient that are peeking through, go to the de-esser. And if you want to have a little bit more attack, downward compression. If you want to have a little bit less attack, upward compression there. Okay? I would be careful with upward compression above the threshold though, because you can get a little bit wonky that way. All right, so that's that. And remember, always double check and change your amount knob according to how you feel it is correct. Okay, so you don't have to do the mid-side multiband thing, but I do suggest the low end. Generally speaking, getting the low end with a little bit of multiband is sexy. All right, let's go on with a little bit less and go into the multi-band Imager 6333. Now the 6333 stands for the 6333 stands for this. If it's 63 and 33, you're not going to have any imaging going on just yet. Now these images are all made with this thing, the Ozone Imager, and now something's going to pop up. Great. Whatever. So this little bubble is just going to be annoying. Okay, so check this out. This is the Ozone Imager, and the Ozone Imager is now corresponding to these knobs. And this one. And this is a really powerful little tool to just spread out the stereo image just a tad. So generally speaking, I will only do this to the mids. I always find that if you do this to the tops, it will introduce some errors, which I'm going to explain to you in a bit. But let's just use this so that you understand what it's doing. And this little dot is something you can look at. If it's slamming over there at the top, that means that we're very mono compatible. If it's going, bouncing around here, then most likely you're not mono compatible and you're actually having all types of phasing issues. But again, you have number 4 and 5, so you would have been able to check that. Anyway, let's give this mid, a little bit of side information. And I'm just gonna make sure that the side information is happening across one band here. Okay, so remember the mid-high configuration, that way we can figure out the mid. And let's now, in context with the music, use this little knob here and move it up. Ooh. Okay, so I don't want to actually push that too much. What you can do is, once you've found your sweet spot, use this image mid to really set it just right. And it's a little bit difficult to do this if you don't have something called a phantom center. So make sure you set your speakers up correct so that they're in a nice little triangle and your room is also equal and there's no, like, you're not sitting over in the left corner or something. So make sure that that's all correct and you have this phantom center and it's like you have magic headphones on. Otherwise, you can go over the top with this. Okay, so now that we have this put on and the stereo image feels quite nice, what I notice is that most people will actually go with the top band here, or the highs, this one, and they'll just go way out of whack. So they'll be like, yo, I want this like this, and then you get this type of sound. Yeah, sure, it might sound nice for you in a stereo type of getup, and you're just like, yeah, this sounds great, you know, like, look at that top, it's all side and beautiful on the side and everything. But the problem is that once you then collapse back to mono, your side has now got these weird artifacts where instead of it sounding like it sounded like so, because with this imager, what happens is you take your left channel and your right channel, you slowly delay one of them, and then you just kind of put them together, and it just becomes a little bit mushy. So I would suggest against this. And another reason why I would suggest against that is that we're going to have to bounce it down, and eventually this wave is going to go to online, and then when it goes to MP3, your side information gets all fucky. With Ozone 8, I believe, there's a codec checker, and then you can, switch it to 128 kilobytes MP3, and all of a sudden you'll be like, where did my side information go? That beautiful top sidey information, and why does it sound like somebody's that I'm at the dentist and it's going like, when they suck out the spit? So that's the kind of sound that you get in there. Anyway, I'll explain that in a bit. For the low end, I don't even know where I just went there. For the low end, you will most likely want it to be a little bit mono. You can open up the little imager and actually have a little look if it's actually mono, yes or no. Now, I'm just only looking at that little dot over here. And I can see on my vector scope that I sometimes have some stereo information there. But remember, in this genre, it's okay to have a little bit of a big bottom at the back. As in, it feels fine that it's there. You can switch everything to mono in this segment and just go like flop down the middle. But then we would lose that nice rumbly, sidey information. I would suggest that little ball stays kind of there as much as possible, but I do not suggest just collapsing completely to mono. You can if you want to, but you would take away a little bit of that rumble, which is part of the sound of this track. Okay, so that's that. That's the little multi-band imager, which you can have completely for free again. Amazing. And next up, we're gonna go to the double limiter and the little loudness meter. Don't worry, I'm still getting to the MP3 rhetoric. So here we have this thing. And this is the free version. You can also get the pro version and it'll shoot out. Oh, no. Okay. Anyway, it'll shoot out all types of beautiful things, but this is limited. Regardless, I don't mind that it's like this, and I still suggest you pick it up. First things first. Just like last time, I have a double limiter. The first limiter is just to set up to put gain up, and I kind of want to have that there because when I have a final playthrough, if I see this thing move up and down to anything, I will go back into the mix and fix that. So I've put this gain up so that the limiter is actually not doing anything. So here it's not doing anything. I go up. We have gain reduction. I don't want that. Okay, so that's the first little limiter, and it's not doing anything. It's just there as a safe keep. Next up is the next limiter, and with this limiter, what I want to do is push it up until I hear any audible distortion. So I'm not getting into the loudness debate just yet. Audible distortion will sound like this. Limiter gain. Wow, I can't. Lily limiter. Somebody should make that a limiter. Lily. Jesus, why can't I spell this? Limiter. There you go. Limiter with Sustain. This is what distortion sounds like when you over limit. So just keep that type of sound in mind when we put this limiter up. Okay, let's slowly put this up and listen for that distortion coming in. Okay, so about 4 dB is the only limiting I need. When I go above that, all of a sudden you hear coming in. So that's not that good. Anyway, now about this loudness thing. The only things that I kind of would suggest looking at is the short-term loudness to begin with, and then the integrated one. So the first one, the short-term one will actually, fuck it. Let's just first start with the main, elephant in the room. For some weird reason, everybody's saying -14 LUFS. And I understand, but there's two different ways of interpreting that. -14 LUFS over the duration of a song is what YouTube or Spotify or Tidal or whatever will use to normalize audio. So for instance, if you, over the whole song, you're just loud, this really, really loud, YouTube will turn your song down. Spotify will turn your song down, and that's pretty much it. Now, how about short-term LUFS? What kind of short-term LUFS should you have? I would personally shoot for, in this genre, for about -9 to about -7-ish. Somewhere in between that, you're going to be fine, because then overall, you're going to, with -9, you're going to hit about -13 LUFS integrated, this one, so you only put down about 1 dB. Or if you're, Jesus Christ, if you're -7, you'll hit about -11 or so, and you'll get down about 3 dB. Anyway, regardless, use this little uLean plugin, this loudness meter. Make sure you have a waveform, and check your reference song as well. Check out the short term in the main drop, what that is kind of, and don't look at the integrated, okay? Just look at that, and then everything else should be sorted just fine. Anyway, let's check out what we got when we put up this limiter, because I'm thinking we're going to be hitting about -9-ish. Let's turn it on. 3, 2. So generally speaking, when you hit that, when you can hear that audible distortion, you're going to be just about right. Okay. So, anything else on that? No, not really. You can check out the rest of these features on Ulean Loudness Meter too. It's more made for the whole song, and I'm only doing the drop part because from this, I kind of already know how the rest of the song is going to go. However, then we have the little True Peak Max minus 0.1 dB that's showing up there. That's not that good. And that's the biggest downfall of this limiter. It doesn't have something called a true peak. That really sucks. So it's okay. It's not. It's just. I would suggest investing in Fat Filter Pro L2 or in Ozone 8, and then you have the maximizer, and there you have little true peak buttons. What true peak is that so imagine you have your waveforms coming on through, and some of the waveforms will actually peak a little bit above the ceiling that you've set here. So we're actually peaking 0.9 dB extra over. And that's not really ideal because, and here comes the story, we want to have to set the ceiling at minus 1 dB because once we upload our WAV or wave, I never know how to pronounce it, to any of the online platforms, it will be turned into an MP3 or it will be turned into OGG or AAC, but basically it's going from wave to something else. And once it goes to something else, to a smaller data form factor, you're going to lose your side information a little bit. It's going to sound a little bit, that's going to be added to it. And you're also going to get 1 dB extra of information on top of it. And then when you have, minus 1 dB, and then you add a dB on top of that, you're going to have 1 dB of digital clipping going on, and it just kind of sounds like ass. So remember that. You can try mess with this. But it's kind of far from ideal. So I would just, for Ableton's sake, I would go minus 1.5 dB and you should be fine. Okay, so enough about loudness. The song sounds pretty good. The last thing that you're going to have to do is make sure that you listen to the actual whole song. Make sure that you look at the limiter and make sure that this tiny little limiter doesn't all of a sudden go whack onto something. If that does happen, go back into the mix and fix whatever that was. So that this first limiter is only for gain and not for any limiting. And last but not least, make sure to select the whole thing and go to File, go to Export, set your waveform to 44100 because, well, I work for DJs, and if you go to 48 and they'll play 48 and the whole system at 44.1, then all of a sudden it will sound really slow and shitty. So just keep it at 44.1, you'll be fine. Next up, you're going to have an option of wave or FLAC or whatever. Just go with the wave one because not every CDJ thing can read the other two, so that's fine. Next up, you're going to have bit depth that you're going to choose. Here comes a fun one. Check if you're working with lots of sample packs, just check if you're 16-bit depth or 24-bit. Most sample packs from PMO was going to be about 24, so don't worry about it. I'm going to use 24. And then we have the dither option. Now, dither is only a little bit of noise that you're going to be putting underneath the whole track. So it's like a tiny little noise floor. It's almost impossible to hear. But what it will do is help with truncation distortion. I wrote it down. What is it called? And which is inharmonic distortion due to quantization errors or truncation errors. Okay, so in plain English, this whole system works at 32-bit floating point, which means that there's nothing being added in when you would play back a sine wave, for instance. If you would then go from 32-bit to 24-bit, which is kind of what you do, or the 16-bit, what will happen is you get this little error that when you would just play one sine wave, all of a sudden you have all these inharmonic distortions on top of it. The way that sounds is like you have a little Game Boy, if any of you remember what that is, and you put your output into the Game Boy and you shoot it back out. It's like you have a little bit of Game Boy in your song. You kind of don't want those inharmonic distortions. So just add a little bit of triangular dither and you should be fine. if you're a dither Nazi, I highly suggest dither Nazi. Anyway, if you're a dither obsessed, I highly suggest you check out Ian Shepherd's The Mastering Show episode 21, which is literally 1 hour of him explaining dither and how you just need to dither. I like triangular, and the other versions are just the same little dither, which is the same little bit of noise, but then with an EQ shelf on it. That's it. Export it once you're happy and upload it to SoundCloud and whatever, and you should be good. So that was the versatile mastering chain. If you've made it this far, hats off. I am proud of you. And last but not least, let's just have one little check in between both of them. Oh. Because I'm curious. Personally, I think the imager is a bit over the top. But for the rest, not too bad, not too shabby. So, see you guys again next time. If you're interested in this kind of over-the-top explanation stuff, make sure to check out Cat and Beats as well. My little YouTube channel, which is literally like about this big. So it'd be great if you join that too. Take care. Cheerio. Have a great day.